So, um, I woke up just knowing I was gonna do something different today. I just woke up knowing like I wasn't gonna do what I did yesterday. I just woke up knowing like I was gonna do something different. And I went through the same pain again and again and again, thinking that anti-blackness or uplifting anti-blackness is going to be a singular thing. It's going to be somebody just saying what's happening and someone's going to care. Like it's never going to be that. And again, like the ways that like I feel extremely fucked up right now because I really thought that like something was gonna happen that was good, which is so fucking ignorant of me. But again, like this is another moment of me realizing that it's deeper than what the fuck I be thinking. Like I be thinking shit and I be really delusional. So what up? I'm gonna be real with y'all. I'm here because I feel like I'm trying to just give backstory. So I feel like a few of y'all know I was fired in October, but I didn't talk about it all the way. I feel like I tried to give information on like how it all came to be, but basically like the day of my interview, my manager Laura told me, you're either going to be a good drinking buddy or you're going to be a good coworker. And I remember that like nothing else. Like I will not forget that because I remember thinking to myself, sweetie, I'm homeless. I've already told her that too. I already told her like I'm squatting in an apartment. I need a job. Like she knows like I need this. And she had the nerve to tell me that like, oh, you're fun. Maybe you'll just be fun. But maybe you won't be worth hiring. And of course you don't talk about that shit, right? Because it's fucking insulting as fuck to like hear that like, oh, like you'll be a fun person to hang out with. Maybe I could give you some money for survival, but I'd rather drink a beer with you. And it's like, I don't need that. Like, and honestly, like when you're at an interview, aren't you fucking performing? Aren't you performing so the white people care? What up? Oh, hey Trilly. Oh, I got something for you, baby. Sidebar though. Listen, I just got here. I've only been here for 2 minutes and 26 seconds, so I didn't start the story at all. I'm basically just trying to give some backstory and just say that like when I first interviewed for this job, like the white lady who I interviewed with told me straight up, like, I don't know about giving you a job, bitch, but like you could definitely go out with me to the club. And I remember just thinking to myself, that's crazy as fuck. But I also like went along with it because it's like, hey, like she's telling me like seemingly two good things, right? Like I'm not no for the job and I'm maybe yes for hanging out with her. So I'm trying to move like, oh, I give a fuck. I'm trying to move like, bitch, I need this fucking job. And then I get the fucking job and it's like one thing after the fucking next. Like there was this white dude that I worked with who dead ass saw a woman and her disabled child sitting in our lobby and was telling me that like disabled people can disturb our guests. I worked in a hotel inside of the hospital. A hotel inside of a hospital. He's telling me that a disabled child could disturb our guests at a hotel inside of the hospital. I looked at him and I said, do I have to do the things that you do? Because he was trying to advise me to kick these people out of our lobby. I was like, do I have to do this? I was like, do I have to listen to your advice? And this motherfucker did not even dignify me with a response. He literally stood up and ran to go snitch on me. A random man, wasn't a trainer, wasn't anything. A random man I worked with ran to snitch on me to my manager. This is the first week of my new job. I'm literally squatting in an apartment, literally trying to wait on that first check so I can get the fuck out of here. And this man snitching on me for asking a question. Keep in mind, I said, hey, do I have to listen to you? He ran. So then when he comes back, he has to fucking apologize to me. And he's a Leo. I don't mean this to be shady, but if somebody makes a Leo apologize to you, sweetie, it's not real. And sweetie, you're probably in danger. No shade. If you're confused about my gender, don't worry about it. Like honestly, don't worry about it. Don't worry. Don't worry. You can't catch it. Okay? You can't catch it, baby. Don't worry. Don't worry. It's stuck over here. So like I was saying, this white man tried to snitch on me and then had to apologize to me, and I could tell like he was mad as fuck forever. After that interaction, a random Latino man that I do not know came up to me and was like, he racist. For no reason. I'm minding my business. I'm eating a fruit roll up. This random Latino man is like, him, he racist, and just disappeared. And I'm just like, bitch, this is not good. Like a random uber light skinned Latino popping out to tell me someone's racist. That's not good. That's never good. Like, I'm gonna be real with you. Anybody non-black telling you some shit is racist, it's extra more racist than they could ever fucking know. I just feel like that's something that I realize in this moment. And so with that being said, like, I'm literally trying to just get this money to get the fuck up out of here. I don't want to keep working at this job, bitch. I'm applying for other jobs at this point, but it don't matter because and bitch, and now I see it all so clear now. They keep that biracial girl who called herself half Lucifer and half Lilith. That's what she told me first day on the job. Me and her training. All the brown girls were sitting together. And then the biracial girl pops out talking about some, oh, I'm 50-50. Like, I'm exactly 50-50. As if that matters, right? And then she's like, so I'm like half Lucifer, half Lilith. And I'm like, and I never forgot that because it's like, why would someone self-identify as half Luciferian? That shit was crazy to me, but I let it go, bitch. I let it go. What up, Lauren? Like I said, I didn't really trip on her for saying she was half Lucifer, half Lilith. I didn't give a fuck. But again, the job was weird from the jump. Why the fuck the manager? I feel like deadass. I only got the job because the manager knew my boyfriend and was like, oh, because like I had my boyfriend as my emergency contact. She's like, oh, I know him. I know his sister. Do. Then she started telling me her business about how her man actually still in love with my boyfriend's sister. Girl, that's a crazy story to tell a stranger, right? But I let that shit go. I didn't care too much, but she over here telling me all her business, bitch, and I'm just trying to get the fucking job. You're so fucking funny, Chara. I'm crying. So listen, so I'm working at the job. I don't like it, but I'm doing my thug dizzle. The day that I got fired, bitch, I remember Dane came to bring me a fucking smoothie. I'm sitting at the front desk. All of a sudden, my manager called me into the office and started yelling at me about something, like yelling at me, like cussing the dog fuck out of me, to the point where I like literally fall on the ground. I want to be candid with you that I was not being strategic in that moment. I know somebody might think I was, but I promise you, I think she was yelling at me to the point where my inner child was like, oh shit. And so with that being said, I'm laying on the floor crying, weeping, and Candace Nickelberry, the woman who, I should have said her last name, but bitch, I'll delete this fucking live, that's fine. But me and her, like, I was sitting next to her desk and she literally was just like, are you okay? Was like checking in on me. And I was like, honestly, no, bitch. And so at some point, my boss see me looking crazy and was like, go in the closet, like banished me on some motherfucking trunch bullshit, like put me in a closet, told me to do inventory. I never had to do that before. She never asked me to do that before. That was never my job description. So she literally putting me in a closet, bitch. She's literally putting me in a fucking closet to fucking be banished because I'm crying because she cussed me out. And so I end up like texting Dane, like, bring me the smoothie into the closet, bitch, because I'm gonna at least eat my breakfast, like, after I just got cussed the fuck out. And so me and Dane are eating smoothies in the closet, and then all of a sudden, like, we come out the closet, and I want to say that when we came out the closet, I went to go tell her I was gonna go take a break, because it's like, sweetie, like, I don't... And keep in mind, she done already told me she know who my man is. Keep that in mind. She knows my man. She done told me all her business. She know that my man's sister is her current man's ex that he's still in love with. She telling me all the tea, bitch, for no fucking reason, bitch. But I'm just like, I need to get paid. I need to work here. Yes, here's the thing. There is no HR for the suite. That's why this shit is taking as long as it is. There's no HR oversight. And that's something that I really hope that moving forward, I can inspire people to start looking into. If you're working at a job and there is no HR, please don't work there. I did not realize there was no HR for my job. Why would I think that the U of M, why would I think the University of Michigan would not have an HR for their medical in hotel? Why would I think that? But with that being said, I was pretty much like assuming that I could go and tell on them. I assumed that I can go and snitch. No. And so by the time everything came down to it, because I want to say the way that I left was like I went to go ask to leave and go take a break. And that's when the fight started up again. But it was weirder this time because a coworker was involved. So think like two big back Beckys moving like wrestlers back and forth inside of a desk, a circular desk. I'm outside of the desk. but they're moving like they're about to fight me or some shit. My man standing there with smoothies, bitch. Do you know how fucking calm you look drinking a smoothie? And they trying to act like I'm doing something. I ended up just pulling off my badge and being like, here, it's clear you want me to leave, bitch. Like, I've never been the type to stay where I'm unwanted. So I'm like, you can have this badge back. I'll leave. But I want to also be candid that before this interaction, I want to say days prior, there was a moment where I looked at the biracial girl and my manager and I said, how are y'all doing it? And they're like, what do you mean? I was like, how are y'all making this amount of money and like, surviving on it? And they both looked embarrassed. I'll never forget this moment because again, like they wanted me to feel shame. So they didn't have to feel shame. And I was like, sweetie, I don't want anyone to feel shame. I'm just trying to figure out what's going on. Like, how the fuck y'all paying for y'all bills and shit with this money? And the biracial girl gonna say, well, I live with my mother. So I'm not being a burden on her by working here. That's what she immediately said. And then my manager, the white bitch that was cussing me out days after this, she was like, well, I bought my house at a good time. We got a good loan for my house. Oh my God, bitch. The way that she would talk about this house all the time. Oh, I got a great loan for my house before everything tanked. I got my house. And so they're both standing in front of me like, oh, we actually have privilege. We're actually close to white people. Like, that's what they were like. They both was trying to tell me, oh, we're around the whites. Oh, we're tapping in with the whites. Like, that's what they were trying to tell me. And I'm over here trying to figure out, like, I'm crying. No, you're not wrong, Erica. You're not wrong. But that's the thing, though. It's like they really treated me like I was a broke bitch, and it's like, aren't we all broke? I'm trying to figure out how we can be unbroke. I was like, like keep in mind, I want to also be candid. This is a hotel in the hospital. They're charging at least $100 a night, at least on the lowest end. It's usually not $100 a night, honestly. And what's even crazier is we have less amenities at the hospital. The only perk is you don't have to like leave the hospital to check on your loved one, right? All the hospitals in the area, we have all the discount codes. So just putting that out there for anybody who's in Michigan. If you ever need to stay at a hotel, please hit me up. I got the discount codes too, bitch. So with that being said, you can get a room for, I want to say with the discount code, I feel like it could be as low as $75 a night, but I feel like it depends on what you're looking for accommodations. Do they work out of state? Bitch, I really don't know, but I will check for you. Anyways, with that being motherfucking said, I do want to prioritize people who are like sick and like needing to stay in a hospital because of like homelessness, poverty, things of that nature. If you going on a trip, a cruise, bitch, get your points. You know what I mean? Get your points. Get your points, do your thing. But again, I'm just trying to be candid that like, bitch, I didn't leave this job with no new skills, bitch. That's a Capricorn gonna always learn some new shit at a new job. So that's the thing. My thing was this: what's in Michigan? Free weed, legal mushrooms. I don't want to say cheaper rent. That seems like a gaslight at this point because the rent ain't cheaper out here. But there's something out here, a little bit Sunny. But again, I feel like in my last live I was talking about going to North Carolina. And I texted homeboy like, is this real? I'm like, because if you lying to me, I'm going to cry. He was like, no. He's like, this shit is real as fuck. I was like, God damn. So low key, there is a desire to go to North Carolina this spring and this summer. Like in spring, just to see what it is, just to spend a little bit of time, see if like me and dude are vibing still, see if everybody else vibing with dude. Because if not, we going to just have to get our own shit. But who knows? If it works out, it works out. With all that being said, though, when I got fired, I feel like some people won't see it as being fired, but I feel like if somebody's intimidating you verbally in your workplace, that is them firing you. I know some people may not see it that way. Like in retrospect, I could have probably left the job and come back, but I would have been fired the next day. Like that's what I really think. Like I feel like based on how they treated me when I gave them my badge and walked off, I feel like they didn't fight. Nobody called me to check in on me. Like it was very much like good. Check, got the bitch out. Bye. True. I got a little dab in here. A little dab. I don't know if y'all smoke dabs, but a little dabby. But yeah, anyways, like I was saying though, it was very much giving And again, right before I got fired too, Candace Nickelberry had just done a motherfucking evaluation. And I'm saying this because I truly believe there's gonna be an investigation. I truly believe that because I know I scared that white police officer. That's why I'm also coming here, bitch, because I did a little bit of motherfucking a little bit of work, bitch, because I'm not playing anymore. Like I'm really done playing. Like I really feel like it has to be direct all motherfucking 2025, bitch. We gotta go direct as fuck. And I'm scared. I'm not gonna lie, I'm very scared. But I cussed out a police officer today. Who knows where I live? Well, he knows my old address. He knows my old address. And he definitely can't get my new one unless woo, bitch, I was really bugging today, but I don't give a fuck because in my mind, if anything happens to me, bitch, I made this video, bitch. I might can't delete it, bitch. No, I can't delete it now, bitch. But I'll tell you this. I'm tired, bitch. I've been fucking reporting this shit since October 17th, bitch. I'll never forget that day in my life. I've been reporting this shit since the 17th of fucking October. And the report don't matter. Like the bitches in the fucking office just keep on being like, well, nobody can get fired. Well, nobody can get fired. Well, stop asking us if they're fired yet. We can't tell you if anyone's been fired. It's like, girl, nobody asked you if anybody's been fired. I'm telling you somebody's white supremacist. Why do you want to keep them? Can you give me a reason why you should keep them? Don't you keep, we're not going to talk anymore now. Again, I'm asking the HR what the fuck is going on, why it's taking so long. They literally have an interview with Candace Nickelberry, which is what, like, bitch, they fired Candace on Halloween. On Halloween, she was dressed up, bitch. She went to go punch in and they literally snatched her up and fired her. Fucking 9 o'clock in the morning on Halloween in full fucking outfit. As a way to just discard her. Keep in mind, I left on the 17th. She already had her evaluation. They had no reason to fire her. Not one. To be honest, Candace was more in danger than me, bitch. Goblin. Like, she called me on Halloween crying, being like, bitch, they fired me. They're like, I just showed up there, dressed up, everything, and I'm like, are you fucking kidding me? And she's like, no. And I'm just like, what the fuck? Now she fucking doing Uber, bitch. It's not easy to get a job. Like, a lot of people don't realize this. Like, before she did Uber, she had to fucking rent a car to get Uber. She had to rent a car to get Uber. I don't know what she was dressed up as, but I know it was very much like Mean Girls vibe, where it was like she's dressed up looking like really crazy. And then they're like, hey, we're firing you. And it's just like, girl. And keep in mind, they take a photo on all the fucking holidays. So they got a photo this year without her. Everybody else looking a fucking mess. Bitch, Medin Hotel. Google it. Go to the Facebook. Medinn Hotel. I'm telling you, Laura ugly ass with the glasses and Carly ugly ass with the glasses. And the biracial girl that looked like motherfucking Miss Potato Head, that's half Lucifer, half Lilith. And I know now they keep her around because they are anti-black as fuck, and she's willing to perform like she's white. She's willing to be dark white for them. And I see it so clear now. I see it so clear. They keep her close. Because if anyone says that they're being anti-black, oh, how? And she's so caught up being 50-50. She's so caught up being a 50-50. I'm just like, girl. And now I know why. Because she probably thinks that's why I'm so good at this job. That's why the white people don't treat me like they treat the other girls of color. Like, I really think that at this point. I think that's why she let me know, like, bitch, I'm actually 50-50. Because I looked at her and I was like, you're not 50-50. Because that's the thing about it, bitch. I'm 60-40. I'm 60-40. I'm looking at her like, sweetie, you're not 50-50. You're not. That's not how genes work. It's rare anybody 50-50. It's very rare. That's why you see so many like biracials that be looking white damn near. They're not 50-50. A lot of folks not 50-50. A lot of folks not 100, bitch. That's the real tea. A lot of folk not 100, so you can't be 50-50. And like I said, my mom is a motherfucking quadroon damn near. And I'm 60-40, sweetie. So your mama white, and you look as brown as you look, sweetie, no, you are not 50-50. You're not. And that's fine. I'm not trying to play fractions with people, but it's like the way that she want to be 50-50, the way that she felt pride in being 50-50 really made me wonder, like, But you know what? I'll say this. I think that the whole point of what they do is like they keep somebody black or brown in the job that I have so they can just displace them and put them in a crazy position because the job don't care. As I said, they don't care about anti-blackness. They don't care about what's going on there. And I put in many reports. I want to put that out there right now. I ain't cuss out a police officer today for no reason, bitch. I cussed out a police officer today because I done already talked to how many people. The first time I got on the phone, I said, "Is there anybody black that I can speak to?" And they was offended as fuck. And I was like, listen, I was like, I don't mean to be disrespectful. I was like, what I'm trying to offer is that y'all don't understand anti-blackness and I don't want to waste my time or yours. And they literally were like, yeah, there's nobody here that can talk to you but us. Batman, you have a good day. I'm gonna lose some weight right now. You. Bye, baby. Anyways, so moving on. They really told me that they didn't have nobody black I could talk to, which is insane. Which is really insane because this is the HR department. You don't got nobody who has experienced anti-blackness able to talk to nobody. Again, I'm asking questions because I want to make sure that they know you're fucking up. You're not doing what makes sense. You're actually putting people in harm because, bitch, if I don't do this, then what's next? What's next? I know there's black folks calling. I know there are. I know. And what are they doing to them? Again, I have been fighting this shit for months, bitch, since October. And see, that's the thing though. Like, unless you have a DNA test and show me you're 50-50, I don't believe you. That's where I feel. That's how I feel. I feel like unless you have an ancestry test to show me 50-50, I don't believe you. And that's how I feel. Because again, I thought I was 75, bitch, for a long time. I thought I was at least 75 based on how my mom looked, based on my mom's ancestry, not even how she looked, based on the ancestry that I know about, based on who I thought was black before. Now, some of the people I thought was black are not black at all. I realize I have my last black ancestor was my grandma Betty. You feel me? So it's like if I know that my mom's father's my mother's grandmother is the last black person in the line, I'm not 75. And even me saying 60-40, it's 60 sub-Saharan African and then 40% other shit. And so, and even saying sub-Saharan African, I think I might be adding some of the Caribbean, Virgin Island, Jamaican. You know what I mean? I feel like it's not even just sub-Saharan African. I feel like it's a mixture of things that I assume to be black, right? And then 40% non-black. So, but that being said, even 60-40 might not even be accurate at this point. And even saying 60-40, it's like, what are we trying to say with that? You know, that's why I reject the idea of fractions. And I call myself a whole mixed person because I truly don't believe that it'll ever make sense for me to be saying like, oh, I don't think that me saying I'm 60-40 to anybody in reality, like in real time, is going to ever mean anything other than when people are trying to tell me that I'm black. That's when I pop out with that. So people know like, actually, I'm actually significantly mixed, but race is, you know, a social construct based on the phenotype of deep dark skinned people. So if we look at who historically was black, because that's the other thing too, like if we look in history, we see who is black. They literally have little weird eugenics pictures of all these people. Like they've accounted for mixed people for a while, but that's the thing about anti-blackness is it's never going to just stay contained. And so that's why they start doing 3/5, you know what I mean? Start doing one drop rules, start doing motherfucking miscegenation laws, all these laws and shit, because they're trying to make it known like we hate black people and anything connected to blackness. I do have some Asian ancestry, absolutely. From the Caribbean side of my line, absolutely. With that being said, I'm more interested in just being candid about why the fuck I cussed out a police officer today. And I do have a recording, but I probably can't play it here. I probably have to play it later or upload it somewhere else. But I talked to Officer Shalabi today and I cussed the dog fuck out of that man because not only did I tell a white, like, bitch, first of all, I called the hotline again, got the runaround, finally got a person, start telling them everything. And I could tell like she was one of those whites that knows they don't know, but she's still trying to just do her job. And I'm telling her, I'm like, this ain't the end. And I'm so frustrated because it's like the way I gotta talk to white people, bitch, is the same way I had to talk to the man who tried to kill me, put that fucking knife on my neck. I gotta be like, this ain't the end. It's the way I gotta motherfucking be a motherfucking motivational speaker when I'm telling somebody about some fucking fucked up shit that they're doing. It's so crazy. And maybe I don't gotta do that, but I think I do to survive, to make it, to do something. And so, anyways, like I'm talking to this white lady, and I'm literally talking to her like I'm on a fucking pulpit, bitch. I'm like, you think it's the end, but it's the beginning. So who do you want to be in the new world? Do you want to be like your ancestors? Do you want to be part of the enslavers? Do you want to be a part of the unfolding plantation plan? Because we're still on the plantation. You want to be an overseer today? You want to put me back in my place? Or you want to actually fucking help me liberate right now? Because for some reason, you keep on saying, yeah, I know I don't understand. So if you know you don't understand, that means there's a failure, right? You got to do more. I was like, you can't just be answering this phone, hearing people cry, telling you the worst things ever happen to them. You can't stay on the phone and do this. It's not possible. I'm like, don't you want to do something different? The bitch literally started crying and was like, I'm gonna have a police officer call you. And I'm kind of worried about this moment because I'm just like, oh, because I don't want to talk to the fucking police, right? But Officer Shalabi calls me and I ask him a couple questions at first. I'm trying to figure out, like, are you white? Because if you're white, I just don't want to waste my time. And he's like, I'm not white. I'm Middle Eastern. I was like, well, Middle Eastern is not really a race. I was like, you could be black Middle Eastern, you could be white Middle Eastern, you could be mixed in Middle Eastern. So I'm just trying to figure out, do you understand that anti-blackness is global? Like, I'm over here, like, I literally gotta do an interview before I tell this motherfucker anything. Because I was just like, bitch, I'm not about to waste my fucking time. Me and him get into it. And I could tell he one of them cops that just answer the phone. I could tell he don't be outside, bitch. I could tell he don't get no action on the beat. You could tell he just be on the phone talking to people because he got such a disaffected ass voice. Like he very much like whatever. He very much I don't give a fuck about this for real, but keep talking. And so I'm talking to him, and I can feel how much he don't give a fuck for real. And he gonna have the nerve to tell me, well, did anything racist happen to you? Like, did anything white supremacist happen to you? I'm like, yes. I'm telling him the story. And I'm like, you don't think it's insulting for a white woman to tell someone of color that they could either be hired for a position at a university or they could be fun to drink with? You don't think so? And the bitch gonna fucking tell me, oh, well, I don't know if that's racist. I'm like, well, how would you know? You already told me you're not black. So how would you know what anti-blackness is? I'm like, don't you see? You're here to be in my way. You're not here to do a damn thing. Don't you think this is an HR issue? And the fact that they don't have an HR department means that you're actually your time's being wasted as well. You don't need to speak to me. What needs to happen is the HR department needs to be reinstated in that department because there is no HR. There is no way to talk about what's happening there and unfolding there. At this point, it's a crime. I was like, there's no way that me and this black woman were fucking fired the way we were, and there was nothing criminal that happened. He'll have the nerve to tell me racism is not illegal. I said, I went the fuck off, bitch. I cussed. I started screaming. I was like, you're full of shit. I was like, I need your first. I was like, I need your full name and badge number immediately. I was like, you want to tell me racism not illegal? Okay. All right, buddy. So yeah, and I got a recording of him fucking telling me like, oh, unfortunately, unless something happens to you, he's like, did they touch you? I was like, so now they gotta touch me? I was like, I can't be telling you about anti-blackness. They gotta put their hands on me. Police officer, bitch, for the university. He said, unfortunately, racism is not illegal. That's what he told me. After him telling me he was Middle Eastern and not white, told me racism wasn't illegal. Yes, and also told me that, unfortunate. He told me it's unfortunate. Bitch, I'm screaming. I was like, I said, you are unworthy for the badge. You are unworthy to be to be on the motherfucking force. I was like, you disgrace all your ancestors. I was like, because you're not white. Your ancestors ain't all white then. So you gonna disgrace them? I was like, you gonna disgrace everybody? Oh, bitch, I was screaming at his ass so bad. And he was just like, ma'am. I was like, you're a killer. I'm like, you're a killer. I'm like, you're a death sentence. I was like, you are literally killing people. You really just told me you don't give a fuck. What happened to me? I literally just told you a black woman got a fucking evaluation that meant that she was amazing. She got an evaluation that was completely over what they expected for her. They praised her so much and then they fired her ass less than 10 days later. And you won't tell me it's not illegal to be racist. Oh, bitch, I went off. I said name and badge number immediately. I was like, you disgrace the force. But honestly, does he? He upholding it. He upholding it. Like, it's like, again, it's like I be really thinking like you could just tell somebody you're being anti-black. Like, I used to really think that. You could just tell somebody and they gonna hear you. No. 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 We are in the age of the fucking, of the ignorant racist. He don't need to know how racist he's being. He don't need to know. What up, Ren? Ren, I was about to call you, but I didn't want to bring this to you, bitch. But I just had to cuss somebody. I just had to cuss out a police officer at the U of M. I had to cuss out a fucking police officer. He gonna tell me that racism is not illegal. I just want y'all to hold this moment with me because again, we already knew that. Like we already knew that, right? We already knew that. But what does that mean when somebody on the ground, and I know all cops are bad, bitch. Do not get me wrong. I'm ACAB down. But what do that mean when our president says fuck the cops? What does that mean when we say fuck the cops? What do they do now? What do they do now? Yes, a Middle Eastern police officer told me on the phone that racism is not illegal. And he said it was unfortunate. And I start screaming at his ass, bad bitch. I feel like, honestly, like, no games. Like, I feel like something inside of me just snapped. I was like, bro. I was like, and it's like, it's the way I'm getting his name and badge number. Like, they're not all the same. You know? It's like, if he's not white and he's telling me that, it's just the way that he told me, bitch, oh, well. It's the way he told me, oh, well. It's the way I literally like started like about to throw up because I was just like screaming so loud because I was just like, is this what it is? Like, is this another radicalizing moment where I have to hold that there's a man with a gun who knows that unless I am physically abused by white supremacists, and what does he mean? Like, just like Trilly said, I gotta be fucking harmed to be protected. And keep in mind, there is an email chain from October with HR. And because we don't have a localized HR, that's why I'm not being taken seriously. But also, what happens? No, like using the word unfortunately when you're supposed to be an upholder of the law, like girly, what? It's just the way that like all cops are bad, and like I know this, but talking to a police officer and have him just nonchalantly, like, it's like he had no bass in his voice, bitch. He's like, unfortunately, like, but she was saying it like he was working at JC Penney's, bitch. He was talking like we was at JC Penney's, bitch, and he's telling me about exactly. Tell me about a shirt size. Tell me about an unfortunate event. Lemony Snickets. But yeah, no, that's why I was crying and looking so crazy when I got here, bitch. Because I was just like, bitch. But then I had to also hold, like, this is not new information. Like, this is not new information. And I feel like what really fucked me up is, like, just the ways that, like, I'm detailing, like, white people being weird. And he's just like, eh. It's the way he basically said, did they lynch you? And then it makes you think about how like white supremacy really has survived in like white and like non-black people. Like they like we can say anything. Like we can really say anything because again, it's the way that he's like, oh, he's like, you know, right before they kill you, just call us. Like that's what it's telling me. It's very wild. I don't know, bitch. No, he said it was a matter of fact. No. Truly, exactly. Like he said it in this way that was like, don't ever call here. Like it was very much giving like, don't call us about this. Like it was very much like he literally kept being like, this sounds like an HR issue. I'm like, and that's what also fucked me up. I done already told him it was an HR issue that I probably shouldn't be talking to the police. I'm like, but the fact that I am talking to the police should worry him. That like that it's been escalated clearly that no one is caring about anti-blackness unfolding and they want me to talk to police for what? For what? And he couldn't even tell me. That's when he started like basically saying what I said again. Oh, I think there's an HR issue. Yet no, we know. I already said that. So he wasn't even fucking listening to me. But on top of that, him telling me like, oh, him kept being like, oh, like you're not. He's like, you're not telling me. Like once I started cussing him out, that's when he's like, tell me the story again. Tell me how it was racist. And I'm like, I don't feel safe with you. I don't trust you anymore. You just told me racism not illegal. You just told me white supremacy not illegal. Why would I tell you anything else? And he over here like, no, no. He's like, tell me again. What was racist? And I'm like, this is a moment. It's very much a moment. Like he literally was going so hard to tell me, oh, I'm not white. You said you didn't want to talk to somebody white. I don't want to talk to someone who's upholding white supremacy. That could be anybody, bitch. It could be anybody. Anybody could uphold anti-blackness. Like anybody. I appreciate you for just hearing me, honestly. No, exactly, truly, exactly. It's like he really wanted me to like really just hang up the phone and say, "Oh, I'm sorry." That's what he wanted. Like him saying that he wanted to talk to that he was gonna help you talk to HR. It's like I'm already talking to them. They're not helping me. They've stopped me from making a formal report. I should have did a police report after she verbally assaulted me. I should have called the police after she assaulted me verbally. Like I like honestly, like I hold so much anger in my body for not fucking doing what they would do. If somebody of color would have cussed her out like that, she would have been called somebody. She's a fucking coward. Like that's why she cussed me out like that, because she knows I'm not. She knows I'm not that bitch. She knows she would have never cussed out some of the other folk that we work with, because they would have beat her ass. Like, and I feel like she knew. She knew. She knew I wasn't gonna beat her ass, and I feel like that's where we're at this point. It's like they keeping people around them that they know won't be fucking deferring to white supremacy. Like it's just clear at this point. You know, like be careful, bitch. Like be careful. Be careful of us non-black people. Be careful of us mixed people. Be careful of us, because honestly, that's all that I'm hearing over and over again. Is I'm just gonna be over here with the white people. They think I'm cool. That's enough. And it's the way when I first got up in there, that biracial girl was trying to hang out with me and Candace so hard. And at first I thought like she was just starving for like women of color to be her friend or be around her. And now I realize she was posturing. Like she was looking down on us actually. She actually thought we weren't shit. And I'll never forget this. The ugly bitch gonna say, we should do a podcast. I really feel like I feel like that was like some racist shit in retrospect. Like I really feel like her energy was very much like. And that's the other thing too. She was over here talking about she a trainer. Why they made the biracial girl a trainer, but she didn't do not one training shift, not one. The whole time we were supposed to be trained by her, we just sat there and talked about a bunch of shit. And that's why I think I was so confused about her and trying to figure out like who was she really. Because it's like when we're all together, when it's me, you, and the other girlie, like we coolin'. But when you get around the white bitch, and the way she would be code switching, the way she'd be talking about the white bitches with us, but be up in there smiling in their face and shit, being cool with them. Exactly. No, she's really crazy. Like imagine being Candace on a podcast with this biracial girl. That shit would have been funny as fuck in retrospect, because again, like the whole time me and Candace are talking, like we're literally like we're trying to be like, it's just so funny how like we really was trying to hold her, and the whole time she was just looking down on us. And then she spent the next few weeks bullying Candace. Their desks shared a wall, and she would just treat Candace like shit. But they worked in the back, so I never seen it, right? And Candace got pride. They're an Aries. They're not gonna tell me they getting bullied at the damn job. We both should have fucking called the police and reported something. But it's just funny to say it now, because it's like, and get Officer Shalabi. Get a fool to come by. And that's the thing too, after they cussed me the fuck out and they did an interview, they fired Candace because her interview lasted longer than anybody else's. Because she was telling the truth. The truth takes time to tell. A lie is quick. And so they all told a quick lie, and she told the long truth, and they fired her. In less than 10 days, they fired her. And I regret even saying that they were being anti-black. I really put a target on her back. I regret that. I should have moved in silence. I could see that. I could see my part in this. It's the way that I just don't think I'll ever work a real job. It's the way I just don't think I'll ever be a real job worker bitch ever again, because I don't trust none of these people. And like I said, like I've been working on so many ideas. Like I really think like one thing that might work out on the land is maybe creating a space for people to have psychedelic ceremony. Like that's one thing that I think might actually help. I'm also trying to figure out how to do a psychedelic I'm trying, like this is gonna sound crazy maybe, but I want to do the largest virtual trip, if that makes sense. No, we're not taking calls right now, bitch, because I done cussed out a police officer. Like, I really can't talk right now. I don't know if the audio came back, but I hope so. But I want to do a large virtual trip. Like, I really feel like that's what's gonna help. I think moving forward is like there needs to be like a group of people who have like not tripped or haven't tripped a lot or don't even know that you can trip in community. Like, I really want to figure that out because I truly do believe that like the brain rot is real, bitch. Like the brain rot is real. Like the ways that like we get stuck in a phone, the way that like you'll carry the phone to bed and fall asleep with it, the way that like the phone becomes the center, the way when the phone is off, the way I used to be able to feel phantom buzzes in my body from the phone. Again, I'm not trying to say the phone is evil. I'm not saying that. Just saying like the disconnect from technology is possible. Like the disconnect from like being so sucked in is possible. Yeah, I agree with you, Trilly, and that's why I reached out to you as well. Because like again, I do think that like people tripping, people being in psychedelic space, like I'm not saying that's gonna cure motherfucking the world. The world has been infected by anti-blackness. White supremacy is a disease I truly believe, and it's a dehumanizing event that white people experience. And until white people start to pull back those layers, we're all in fucking danger. Until white people realize whiteness is a fucking dehumanized identity, that the whole function of the identity is to diminish while also colonizing. It is an act of vanishing while also making sure that you exist forever. It's so insane. And again, we're going to need more people to talk about this. We're going to need more people to be angry about this. And I know some people think we're beyond talking. We're beyond talking to white people, probably. I don't disagree with that. Definitely beyond talking directly to white people. I feel like if folks have not figured this out yet, based on their TikTok scrolling, I want to just share an algorithm with you. Hillman TikTok. Many black women and some black cis men have decided to create an online university to teach skills to other black people. And there are black folks who are acknowledging there are going to be non-black people watching. If you're non-black and watching Hillman Talk, please, please, please consider supporting financially, either Patreons or direct donations. I would definitely prioritize direct donation, but I know Patreons are something that people care about these days. No. Also, if you're looking for some tarot astrology information, Channy just put out this new post called like basically breaking down what all the houses mean. I'm gonna repost it on my Instagram, FATBEEEP, three E's, fat beep, three E's. But it was really great to see. If you don't have the Channy app, the free trial, very cute. Very cute. If you get the free trial, very cute. If you could afford to get the premium, do you. But the Chaney app is honestly really helpful. Also someone recently told me that Queen Amun Ra has really been feeding them. I'm hella grateful to hear that. She's a black woman who's a tarot card reader. I believe she actually reads tarot every day. So she's very much like on her job. So Queen Amun Ra, Queen AMUNRA, and there's spaces between each word. That's true, but that's the thing though. It's a false sense of safety, and I feel like at this moment, all of them are telling on themselves. It's a white man, fucking 80 years old, crying and shit, talking about this country used to be great. No, it wasn't. Fuck. I feel like that's the other fucking level of hell that we're in. White people thinking that like it used to be and didn't. No. Again, it's like me thinking that before I was holding space for being a colorist or hearing from people who are deep dark skin that I was called. It's like saying that like, you know, damn those good old days when I was online being causing harm. Like what the fuck? That'd be insane. And it's the way that you can tell some of our elders are not learning. You can tell that they're just waiting for hell again and again and again and again. They don't want to motherfucking do anything different. That is what's fucking terrifying me, bitch. Fuck, this new moon in fucking Pisces, bitch. That's why I'm also crying, bitch. Shout out to new moon in Pisces, bitch. If you're a Piscean, sweetie, it's okay. It's okay, sweetie. If you're a Pisces girly, it's okay. All my Virgo risings, feel your feelings. Feel your feelings. Whatever your rising sign is, the opposite of that sign, that sister sign, that's going to be a reflection, perhaps, of what you're experiencing. My rising is in Taurus, and I just read that, like, that is why there's such a heavy Scorpio influence in my life, because my rising is Taurus. I have no planets in Scorpio. So my Scorpio empty house, it feels like there's nothing there. But when I'm around Scorpio people, I can feel something quite deep. And I think about that. I think about how my current partner is a Scorpio stellium and how there's just something so intense about that place, about that stellium and those placements. And how, again, like Scorpio people low-key scare me. I'm going to be real with you for the most part. Like, I've never met a Scorpio and was just comfortable. I've always been like, what about to happen? What's next? You feel me? Every time. I've never met a Scorpio and was just cooling. I've always been like, oh, something about to happen. Something. And again, it's the way that I have a Taurus rising, which means that I have like big golden retriever energy. And I'm like so down to do anything that involves me eating, resting, enjoying pleasure, smelling something tasty, being covered in something comfortable, like Venusian as fuck. I really love beauty in all of its facets. But with that being said, Taurus people, I'm gonna be real. As a Taurus rising, I'd be annoyed by Taurus people because I feel like y'all be moving so slow. In retrospect, I now realize y'all are enjoying life. Y'all are not, like, I feel like as a Capricorn stellium, I'm constantly thinking in dollars and cents. I look at time and I get angry. I'd be mad at the clocks, bitch. I'd be like, how dare you? How dare it be? And like, I literally got mad because I'm like, bitch, not January basically over. I've been fucking 35 for 1 month and I'm about to be 36 in 11. That's crazy. Years don't even feel like they make sense anymore to be using them as a measurement for any fucking thing. 34 was hilarious. Those 52 weeks are meaningless at this point, but they're supposed to mean something to somebody, seemingly. I don't know. It just feels like I'd rather be focused on cards and tarot and runes and shit, and I'm over here worried about an hour, 35 minutes, 20 minutes, 30 seconds. Like, I'm over here. I fucking hate time. I fucking hate time so much. Which, again, you know, Capricorn's motto is I use, right? So, bitch, I can't use time. It's hard to use it. It's not usable. It uses you. I feel like that's why I don't like it so much, because it's like I look at it and it's telling me I got to do something. Like, fucking time actually uses yo ass. Here's my thing. You may not be enjoying life, but moving fast doesn't always suit us. We move on our own time, and that's what I'm trying to say too. Is like I used to see Taurus people as just very lazy, and now in retrospect, I feel like they be savoring the moments. Like I feel like they don't. I feel like they take living seriously, because I feel like whenever I'm around Taurus people, they're always eating something so tasty. They're always surrounded by beautiful things or really interesting things. Like I feel like they're very much like the Hierophant card, the home, the hearth, you know, like very much like a keeper of things. Oh, of course not. Why? I mean, why would you? Shit. I feel like y'all. I feel like in the ways that like y'all are like sisters or siblings to Libra. I feel like Libra can be quite transparent, and then they're not. And I feel like Taurus can be quite secretive, and then they're not. Like I feel like Venus is very much, you know, and I feel like with my sibling Aquarius, think about it. The Saturn is seen as like an old man, the goat, like the traveler, like a elder, and Aqua is literally a bitch dumping grits on folk. Like I just feel like Saturn is either cooling or they're fighting, like or they're doing something, or they're doing an attack that just seems out of control. Like I just feel like it's either we're doing nothing or we're dumping hot grits. Like I feel like that's how Saturn's gonna express. Now, don't get me wrong, Uranus adds a pinch of like oregano or sweet paprika. You know what I mean to the Saturnian because they're very much like, you know what. We are going to dump these grits, but we're also going to send them a thank you card, a get well card. We're going to make sure that they know it was us. But we don't want you to be dead. We just wanted you to feel how made us try to. You tried to make us feel something. We're going to make you feel something. Oh, you attract Libras? Me too. Me too. Me too. I feel like everybody I talk to damn near is a Libra. Everyone that talks to me is damn near a Libra. But I also feel like when you think about it, Libras, Venusian, interested in fairness, balance. I think a lot of times when I'm writing my bios, I'm like, oh, I want to be equal with my partner. I don't want to be like kings or dominated or masters. Like no dogs, no masters, bitch. Like we out here, like we're sovereign, we're equal. And I feel like Libras are like bet because like I feel like a lot of Libras are like, wait, I have to be this one thing in the relationship. I have to be the person that provides all of this seemingly domestic care, financial care. You know what I mean? Like that's what I think about. I think more Libras are egalitarian, or at least will be able to see outside of dominating people as a way of like having power or over someone. Like I think they think about how we cannot have power over each other, but have power together. And so they're really good at like having balance, having communication, having friendship, having equality and equity. But once a Libra don't think that's possible, I feel like that's when the general comes out. I feel like that's when the Turian expression perhaps of Venus comes out, where it's like, let's take what we can and go. You know what I mean? And I think that that's how Taurus operates sometimes. It's let's take what we can and go. Let's take what can be taken from this. Let's go. But again, I didn't mean to talk about Zodiac Pro. Bitch, we got the Christian girly shook. We got the Christian girly shook. Don't talk about the planets, bitch. They're about to get mad. They're about to be like, nah, and Jesus is the way, the light. The Christian girlies is like, oh, nah, not y'all talking about crystals. Bitch, honestly, it's the way that I'm seeing Christianity being pushed so hard, and it's terrifying me. As someone who left the church because of just the waywardness, like, it is wild to see younger people just be so caught up in it that they think they see a demon on somebody. Isn't that sad as fuck? Like, it's just the way that Christianity very anti-black. It's the way Christianity always got somebody black to talk about, child. Like, it's just the way, and it's the way that I'm seeing some black folk falling for transphobia. I need this badly. I need y'all to look into transphobia. I need y'all to look into the queerness of blackness so bad. Like the fact that anybody, a colonizer, could look at anybody black and say anything about them is crazy as fuck. And yet that is literally what we're dealing with. The men wrote the books, bitch. Like it sickens me that it took me so long to realize this. The men wrote the books. The men wrote themselves into superiority. The white men wrote the books. The white men wrote the books. That's why they banning books now, because who writing books now? Who writing books now? Why can't new books be entered into the chat? Why can't new intelligence, new information be entered into the chat? I'm telling y'all, it's the way that white men wrote these books to keep people enslaved, everyone that wasn't them, and even them. Because there's no way you could come for me in the morning and they're not coming for you in the evening. There's no way that you can kill me in broad daylight and they won't kill you in secret. And that's where we're at. That's where we're at. That's where we're at. We're at concentration camp. We're on Guantanamo Bay was always a concentration camp. and it's the way I called the police officer, and he had the nerve to tell me he Middle Eastern, and he not white. Girl, it don't matter. It's the way you don't have to be white to be white. I had to learn that the hard way. It's the way you do not have to be white to be white. It's really internalized, bitch. Listen, I'm gonna smoke one more with you because I just found some more weed. I'm gonna be real. I just found my other motherfucking spliffy that I fucking dropped. Bitch, imagine losing a whole pre-roll, bitch. I live for me, bitch. I'm such a messy whore. I literally lost a pre-roll. I hope I didn't see my butthole.
It's my dad's stuff. Found it on the ground.
Did you really?
Yeah.
Wait, that's another one.
Oh.
You want it?
Yeah.
I got you. Do you want the guava or do you want sativa or you want indica?
Right.
Got you. You want dabs on it? Sure. Right? You've never struck me as a man that didn't want to have a good time. Yo, bitch. Bitch, it's the way I don't want to watch Wicked. It's the way they ruined Wicked for me, bitch. It's the way Ariana's saying that she gonna keep her Glenda voice. I'm so sorry, but if anybody heard Ariana talk about her Glenda voice is gonna stick with her now. And before anybody tries to drag me, I truly believe that Victoria Monet's career is ruined because of Ariana Grande, and I don't care what anybody says. I truly believe that. I'll take that to my grave. I'll believe that for the rest of my life. Ariana Grande ruined that girl's career by stealing her fucking vocals. Just like J-Lo attempted to ruin Ashanti's career, bitch. And honestly, like, who knows? Like, who knows? Like, who knows? I don't like dabs, but I will smoke them. I don't like to smoke a dab for real, because the first time I ever smoked a dab, like, out the rig, because for anybody who doesn't know what the fuck happens with dabs, you basically, like, use a flamethrower on this guy. It's very much crack. And then you put some of this shit in here, and then you smoke it. As you can see, there is reclaim. That is, like, some of the crack. And I believe you can get that, right? The reclaim, you can get it out?
Yeah.
See? The crack pools up, so you can smoke it and then smoke it again. I don't know if crack works like that, but if any crackheads are here and want to break silence, give testimony, please do. Hey, psst. We are pro crack here, by the way. Like, if you do crack, that's okay. My mother was a crackhead. That's all right.
My dad did crack.
See, his dad was a crackhead. We got crackheads in our family, so we're not about to play with people. If you're doing crack, that's okay. Just, pay attention. Just pay attention. There you go. You're welcome. Okay. Yo, y'all see his bonnet? I'm screaming. I wanted y'all to see his little bonnet, bitch. He was really bonneted up. Just come out the shower with the fresh bonnet. I love you. You go rest?
I guess so.
You should. I mean, take your dabs with you if you want to.
How many come from?
But yeah, relax. Have fun.
Mm-hmm.
Did you put on lotion?
I have lotion.
Or you should though. Do you know where it is? I have not seen it. I've used a fucking conditioner and coconut oil. Dead ass.
No.
Word. Alright. Wait! Right there. On the counter. On the counter in front of you. I'm crying. We talking about lotion.
Oh, you been using that as lotion?
Yes, it's shea butter.
Okay.
It's shea butter, rose water, and fucking coconut oil.
Mix up this junk first.
Maybe just put some silk or some satin on the fucking pillowcase. That might help. But yeah, help him seal it. Some oil. A little bit of oil, some effigy, strengthen the follicle as much as possible. But it might just be generational. You said Handmaid's Tale was mostly about white women, but that's the thing though. Handmaid's Tale is what happened to black women. Like that's what's most frustrating is like the way that they used white women to show this. Like it's like on one hand, I understand wanting to show a privileged person being in a certain position and using that to like tell a story. I don't understand continuing to do it when we've already had conversations about anti-blackness, misogyny, war, and the ways that like black women are disproportionately treated when it comes to OBGYN and gynecology. Because that's another layer to this as well. Like there were so many ways that black women on the continent of Africa had already figured out how to do a cesarean, how to maintain life for mother and child do through childbirth, and white people impressed their knowledge that was based on nothing. And again, just the ways that we've lost indigenous practices because white people, because of their lack of intelligence, because of their propaganda. And so again, it's like sometimes we be talking about stuff, but it's like we're only talking about it because we saw somebody white going through it, but it wasn't white people going through it like that. Yeah, no, you're right. Not white ass Gale and Hunger Games. And see, that's the thing though too. Is like white people be thinking that they need to be in the driver's seat to experience empathy, and it's so bizarre because I truly believe that's what breeds lack of empathy. Like them seeing a white person in a role like that doesn't allow them to connect how fucked up it is. Like they're not really seeing anything real, if that makes sense. It's like they're making something up for them. And again, it's the way that white people go on a fucking roller coaster to get scared. I'm not saying nobody black does that. I'm just saying it's predominantly white people who came up with that idea to get on a ride that is scary as fuck, get your photograph taken. Like their society is based on fear in this way that has materialized for everyone else. Like the fear that the rest of us feel is not what they feel. And that's because they're not allowed to be afraid. That's how dehumanized they are. If they're afraid, they think they're in danger. They see fear as an automatic catalyst for death. They see shame as an automatic catalyst for death. They see jealousy as an automatic catalyst for death. And so, with that being said, there's ways that like whiteness actually teaches them that like they must employ violence. They must. They're always in danger. Anything can happen. Meanwhile, if more of these shows showed that it wasn't happening to white people, could they lie to themselves? You know, a bunch of white bitches is looking at Offred like, oh, that could be me. And the gag is, bitch. The gag about white women not realizing what kind of time we're in is like they are deciding that they'd rather use their power to perform like they want to be friends. Like I see a lot of white women. Like I had a white person reach out to me and be like, I saw a black woman saying that, we don't like that white women need to talk to each other. And I want to share this with y'all because maybe y'all have some other ideas. But I remember saying to the chat, I really want to talk to other mixed light skinned people. I really want to, talk to us. And then I was like, wait, do I really want to do that? And then I remember saying like maybe white people are not um maybe white people should not be allowed privacy with this. And then I had to sit with the reality that, me sitting with being a colorist, me sitting with my privilege and pigmentocracy, me being a lighter skinned mixed person, me sitting with a lot of situations that I'm thinking back to where like someone was treating me with humanity, and then the black person, they did not. The black person, they did not. This or that person, they did not. And so just the ways that I'm having to sit with, oh, I was maybe protected because this person saw me as more worthy because I'm speaking in a particular way. I've had access to white people in a particular way. I like to read in a particular way, and so therefore, and I've had the access and the privilege to be able to read. My thirst for knowledge has never been stopped. No one's ever been able to stop me from gaining information, or pressuring me. Like I think about that too. Like I've been liberated from my family since I was 13 years old, and even before 13, I was liberated from my family because they were unfit. And so it's the ways that I never had someone like actually watching me consistently and making me be anything. Any person that tried to make me be something, I was able to get away from them and resist. And again, the privilege of that, the privilege of getting removed from an elder who was abusive, being removed from elders in general, multiple that are unhelpful, that are anti-black, being removed from danger again and again and again and again, getting a chance to get away. That is privilege. How would I hold that if I wasn't listening to people who didn't experience that? Impossible. And so there's a part of me that feels like I needed time to be alone and think about what I've done and how I've harmed people, but I also needed to hear people, and I also needed to pay people because again, their pain isn't owed to me. Their story, their truth isn't owed to me. We don't owe white people this. We don't. And because I was raised by a white woman primarily, even though I was raised by a lot of people, she was the face I saw the most. There is a part of me that feels like I probably internalized white fragility. I probably think that white people can be saved more than they can. I probably do. I had a moment yesterday where I was like, man, the white people are really crying out, and I'm wanting to care. I'm like, do I turn cold? Do I not care? Do I lose my empathy? Am I being manipulated? Is there no empathy here? Again, like, but that's the other layer of this though. Is like being alone with my thoughts and also being able to hear candidly from black folks is not, it's like those things aren't promised. And so again, I want to be candid that like I don't believe I'm special. I think that I've gone through just enough fucked up shit to see how crazy it is. That's where I'm at. I feel like I've experienced enough pain to know that there is a lot of it. And that there's some I'll never know. Like I've known so much pain, but I also have to know that there's some pain that's not promised to me. And again, the ways that whiteness it tries to tell you every experience is possible. And I think in some ways I might have thought that too. I remember telling someone yesterday, me and someone that I met in New Orleans, their name is Quest. What up, what up? They're a black queer femme in New Orleans who is wanting me to come to Atlanta, which is exciting. But we were talking about land as well. They have land in Atlanta and they're wanting to do some building as well and creating space as well. And one thing that they said to me was that there's just some shit that we couldn't have known. Like there's some shit that we couldn't have just seen coming, and to like hold space for the fact that like the master is masterful, cracker is not to be played with. And I do hold space for that too. But it's just the way that like telling people like her asking me how I identify. Like it's funny. Like I'm talking to her about being a mixed person, and she asked me how I identified, and I always think that that's so funny whenever a black woman asks me like how I identify, because I feel like in that moment I'm like she's giving me the opportunity to be like, what do you think you are? And again, there are moments where like I've had black women tell me straight up like, I see you as black, almost as if to say like you're doing too much. And it's like I hear you, you know, but then there's also moments where like I know that, or I hear rather, that they appreciate me not gaslighting them. Like there have been more moments like that where black women were like, thank you. Like don't switch back. Like I had a one black woman be like, and don't switch back now. And I was like, you're right. Because honestly, like there have been moments where I'm just like, is it worth it? Like, is it worth it to keep saying I'm a whole mixed person? Is it worth it? Am I alienating myself from community? And I'm not. I'm not. The colonizer wants me to think I am. The colonizer wants me to think I'm doing something bad by saying that I'm a mixed person, but it's really just the colonizer. It's nobody black. Nobody black who is understanding erasure or holding the vulnerability of erasure is going to ever be like, You need to say you're black to be, combating anti-blackness. Like, I truly don't believe that. I truly don't, at this point. I used to be on some like, but now I'm just like, no, no. Because I'm always thinking about like the younger black girls who are like seeing the Zendayas. Like that discourse about Zendaya getting a ring before a baby was crazy, y'all. Like the ways that people just be using anti-blackness as a conversation point. Topic of the day. This mixed woman being prized? Really? Over black women? Really? That was the topic of the fucking day. And I'm in the comment section like, this is not the topic. We should more so focus on why people are so worried about black women having children out of wedlock and not worried about the fact that there are many men in many communities that don't know how to be husbands, that don't know how to be partners. Isn't that the bigger conversation, that these women clearly think that they're ready to be mothers? Why wouldn't they think they're ready to be wives too? Who doesn't believe that they're worthy to be wives or ready? Who may think that he's not ready to be a husband or a father, but he's still operating like he may be? We don't talk about that. We look at women with babies who are abandoned and we think that that says something about them. We look at women with babies and we think that they should be more something. Like we look at women with babies and we really treat them like shit. And we forget that those babies are gonna grow up. We forget that those babies are us. It really makes me sad as fuck whenever I see like people talking about single mothers, because it's like, my God, as someone who was left alone with a white bitch, like, please know. If you can help a single mother, especially a single mother of color, especially a black single mother, in any way financially, don't talk to her too much. Like, if you really don't know what to say, leave her alone. Just give her some money. Because, good God, like being a single parent and staying a single parent, like I've seen people lose their kids and just move on. Like I've seen people lose their kids and it was very obvious that's what needed to happen. There's a lot of people that really shouldn't have kids, but keeping them alive is the bare minimum, bitch. The state already, trust me, bitch. I called the police so many times on my family. They only removed me from my home when my white passing brother had marks on him from a belt. I called the police weekly on my family. I even started making up stories so that they would like come and investigate. I started making up crazy stories. They didn't come. But when my little white passing brother said he had a stomach ache and went to the nurse and she lifted up his shirt and saw his belly with that belt mark, oh, we was all taken. So that right there told me something. It wasn't loud enough at the time though. It's very loud now. It is. Here's my thing. If you're tired of seeing black successful young women being single mothers, why aren't you asking these men, are you ready to be a father and a husband? Notice that. People are mad at the woman who is already taking care of another life. We don't talk about the labor of being in a relationship with a man enough. There are a lot of people who say like, "Oh, but equality is not motherfucking guaranteed." Like me and Dane have a really great relationship. We still struggle to figure out chores. We still struggle. Even though we both don't want to dominate each other, we both struggle to do our chores, and because we haven't figured out how to do them together. We haven't figured that out yet. And so we basically both do what we can do when we can do it, which I appreciate. That like we're both on that type of time. Like if I got time to do something, I'm gonna do it. If I don't, I don't. But most relationships, the woman is cooking and cleaning. She is taking care of domestic labor. So I'll never fix my lips to talk about a woman who has a baby, because I already know she was with a man and probably doing the lion's share of so much labor, emotionally, physically, mentally, so much labor. Cleaning, house cleaning, chores, that is labor. That is labor. And some of us, we've been in relationships with men where we knew he's never going to cook for us. He's never gonna make a meal. He's never gonna wake up and make breakfast. We knew. There are some women that know that that man is only gonna bring a check home every 2 weeks. He's not gonna bring anything else. And again, whether or not that woman like vetted that man well enough, I truly don't believe that anybody's really ready for childbirth. I don't believe that. And I think that that is why we see so many people fall apart after childbirth, because they didn't build a friendship perhaps that actually acknowledged that woman as not just a happiness machine or a wife appliance. Like DDG and Callie breaking up after the baby, you really think that he learned how to be a lover, a friend, a husband? You think he's learned that? You think he was around men that taught him how to be that? No. And I think about that a lot. I think about how men don't have men. A lot of us never seen a good man. A lot of us never seen a good man. And so if a lot of us ain't never seen a good man, who's teaching these men how to be one? And I'm looking at men failing men. I'm looking at fathers failing sons. I'm looking at uncles failing nephews. I'm looking at big cousins failing little cousins. That's what I'm looking at. I'm not looking at no woman with no baby. I'm wondering why this man didn't protect her in anything. I'm wondering why he didn't think he needed to. I'm wondering what he thought of her really. I'm wondering that. Now we can easily look at the woman and say, well, why didn't you require this or that? We can wonder that. But at this point, I'm gonna be real with you. I'd rather a woman have a baby and nothing more. And I know some people don't want to hear that. But sometimes the best thing a woman got from a man is the baby. It's unfortunate. But it's a lot of women with rings that gotta give them back. Gotta sell them. Gotta pawn them. It's a lot of women like that. A lot of women got a ring, don't mean shit. A lot of women got a ring to shut the fuck up. So he could go cheat in peace. It's a lot of people with rings that, like, if they break up, they gotta pay that man now. It's a lot of women that really, if they was married to that man, the alimony. And then the baby game. Oh, sweetie, the amount of men that will take a baby and a paycheck, they'll take the baby just to get just to not have to pay you shit. Or worse, they'll be in a down bad situation to be hitting your pocket because you always made the most money. Again, we're not in the 60s or the 50s. It's a lot of women that have their own money, their own everything. And if they were to marry a man, it'd be a downgrade in their life. Some women don't want to hear that. Some women really don't want to hear that the best thing that that man could do was give me a baby and leave me the fuck alone. Some people hate that. But some people you could tell, some of these people you could tell they're so happy with their baby, they don't give a fuck that this man and them didn't work out. They got what they needed, their child. Or think about it like this. Even if you don't have a baby with a man, think about how many of us have been in a relationship with a man and we're like, I'll never do this again. And you know what? Now you know a certain pattern, a certain way of speaking, a certain way that he going. Again, some of us have had to learn intricate motherfucking manipulation styles just to not get played again. So yeah, I understand why somebody just got a baby. Sure do. Listen, one of my mutuals is a ring warrior, and I be looking at her content and I be wanting to give her a hug so bad because it's like, sis, like you might have found a good man and a good father for your child, but unless he's doing classes, unless he's mentoring, please stop because it's giving bragging, and I don't know why you want to do that in this time. I don't know why you want to do that in this time. It's a lot of people that really have never seen a good man. Why are you advertising yours so damn bad? Calm down. Cause it be them girlies that they man be with somebody the fuck else. Or somebody the fuck else be looking at they man like, try to get closer. I'm not saying hide your man. I'm just saying, bitch, you doing a lot. You're doing a lot. Like, there's no need to make fun of these girls who don't got a ring. There's no need. I just feel like, again, as much as I love the man I am with, I know that he was not shown how to be a good man. He has to learn on his own, and he knows that. He's having to do that work on his own. I could share my input for sure. I can uplift things that he can't see, sure. But that work is on him, and he's doing it for himself, and I'm glad. I'm glad to see it. But again, there are so many men that have never seen a good man, and they're not going to aspire to be nothing more than what the like. I think the worst thing is the men that seen bad men and think they not bad men because they're not doing exactly what those men did. It's like it's layers to being a shitty man, bitch. Keep on listening to women, please. But not hide your man. I'm just saying though, like think about it. Like here's my thing. As someone that had someone like fuck my man, like as someone that's been cheated on before, because someone was plotting, someone real close was plotting, I just want to be candid that like if they're treating you good, that's great. Tell your best friend. I mean, then again, bitch, that's a thing too. Like you could tell your bestie how good a man treats you, and next thing you know, he treating her real good too. You never know, bitch. So I understand people being like, I would never say I love a man. I would never tell nobody about no man. I'm like, wow, okay. But again, as someone that's been cheated on before, yeah, I understand why some people keep how to fuck a man, tricking on you, spoiling you, treating you good to yourself. I understand. Sure do. But again, I don't understand people who are married who think that everybody gonna be married like them. Mm-mm. Bitch, if my mom would have married my daddy, oh my God, bitch, that would have been a telenovela. My mom was already gonna crash out on her own. No shade to her. Well, all shade to her actually. But she was gonna always crash out on her own. She did not need help. So with that being said, some of us know our single mother did not need that man in the house. In fact, when she sent you to go be with him, bitch, the miserableness. Again, some of these men are not worth being with long term. Their penis was appropriate for the night, and maybe something happened. Condom broke. Uh, enjoyed raw dogging, whatever the case may be. But some of us are only here because bitches wanted to get their back blown out. Like again, I just want to be super candid. Some of us are really not supposed to be here, bitch, but we are here because motherfuckers like the fuck. So no, she was never gonna marry your daddy, bitch. She never saw it for him like that. Can you imagine an Aquarius and a Gemini? Hell no. A Gemini with a Cap dominant stellium Aquarius? Child, it's the way I'll never forget this fight my mom and dad had because I think it illustrates how someone with a very Capricorn heavy chart, but Aquarius sun, Cap Venus, would be talking to a Gemini dominant person. My dad left a voicemail, and at the end of it, he said, "He who laughs last laughs the loudest." And he laughed on the voicemail. Why does bitch start talking to the voicemail and said, "I can laugh now, bitch. I'm laughing last." And I'm the product of those two motherfuckers. Yeah, I can understand why some people don't get married after they have a baby. I can absolutely understand 9 months out and realizing, oh shit, this motherfucker sucks. I hate him. I can understand fucking 3 months in shit. And that's the way my mom told me I almost fucking died in June, bitch. And she said she cried to God. And I was fucking crying laughing. I was like, bitch, now you cried to God for this. So I was like, girl, I'm sick. Not cancer season came and my ass was about to dip out and you calling on ancestors and shit like that. Fuck. God damn you, bitch. Not a soul cry. Not you cried to God. She's like, I cried to God and they said you came back. I was like, bitch, not I tried to dip out in June, ho. Sick. But, but, because I know that, because I have so much fucking plot armor, obviously, bitch, it's just too much. It's too much to even think about someone wasting their time with a man, a man that doesn't treat them right. But that's what some women think makes sense. Yeah, get married to this man. But it's almost like people want you to know that a man is a piece of shit as soon as you fuck. And then also take a plan B every day for a week. Like it's really giving that. It's giving like, don't trust any man. After you fuck him, take a plan B for a week. After you fuck him, monitor all his socials. Like it's really giving surveillance. It's really giving like pay attention, girly. And it's just like, mm, mm. No, honestly, bitch, for me to be born in December, but in June, I was like 3 months in, bro, and I'm like, this is mid. That is crazy. I'm about to like low key look into like the development of a child and just see like what happens at like 3 months, like what's happening by then. Cause I feel like by that point I could hear the bullshit. I could smell the bullshit. Because I feel like low key, I used to like one of my friends had a baby app, and it was like your baby is this big, and they can do. Like I'm literally about to go see like at 3 months what's happening, bitch. At 3 months inside of a crackhead's womb, what would I be smelling, hearing, and seeing? You know what I mean? Because I'm just like, sweetie, for 3 months for my soul to just know this ain't it, and like for her to even go to the hospital at 25 years old, like I'm just like, girl, the medical system we have. Like a 3 month checkup, it's giving you low key wanting to keep me, bitch, and I hate that. Because it's like for those 3 months, what was my dad on? Like no shade. I just feel like I just feel like I heard my dad being whack. I feel like I heard that it was ghetto out there. Like I feel like that. Like I just feel like there's no reason for her to have told me that story, but now I'll never forget it. Like in June, I almost died, and I celebrate my birthday in June every year. I don't celebrate my birthday in December. I never have, which is funny as fuck in retrospect because I didn't hear that story until I was a grown ass person, and now I realize I used to think it's just because I'm shady, and I feel like on December 26th, like girl, that's Jesus' day still. Like let's be real, Christmas stuff still up. That fat white man with the beard, everybody cares about him. People aren't saying happy birthday the day after Christmas. Like it just feels like a lot to be asking of people. So that's why I hit these hoes up on June 13th. Ho, ain't nothing happening on June 13th, is there? Yeah. And some people might say, oh, June 26th is your real half birthday. That's fine, bitch. I can't wait. And also, fuck Leos. I'd rather be Cancer down, ho. Honestly, I'd rather be Cancer down, bitch. And honestly, June 13th, I'm sitting here like, bitch, low key. Low key. I'm like, isn't that motherfucking let me find out I'm celebrating in Gemini fucking time, bitch. I feel like I'm fucking it up. But still, bitch. Fuck Leos. Fuck Leos, bitch. Fuck July 26th. No shade, bitch. I'm just not with it. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. See, I'm over here saying fuck Leos, over here thinking it's Leos and it's Cancer gang. The 26th would actually be Cancer gang, but yeah, the 13th, bitch, low key, all June I turn up. So that's what I'm gonna say. All June I turn up. And so for the whole fucking month, I'm just like, hey, and it's just like, bitch, that's because that's your real shit. But with that being said, that reminds me of this astrologer. Her name is the People's Oracle. Her name is Dana Nichols. Please, please, please find her Instagram account. Please, we are mutuals. If you go into my followers or who I follow, I'm following her. But it's called People's Oracle. She's a black woman from New Orleans, and her, like, she's a psychic, like she everything, honestly, like she's really amazing if you get a chance to look at her content. But she put out some recent content about, well, bitch, actually, sidebar, I'm gonna keep about to play the audio. I feel like I could at least do that. But she made a point about Tabitha Brown that I really appreciated. But also she once made a post saying that black folk in America's astrological sign is Gemini. I didn't read too much into it at the time, but I have been thinking about how like I hate Gemini so much. And I think it's because of my father. But just the way that like Gemini energy just gets hated on so hard. So I'm just trying to like hold like why that is. Like why do we hate Gemini? Why do we hate this expression of mental energy? Why do we hate these twins? But yeah, anyways, I'm gonna play her last video about Tabitha Brown because I feel like this video really had me like, yes. I mean, I hate a lot of shit. I definitely hate a lot of shit. And I feel like, honestly, you remind me of my mom because my mom would be like, hate is a strong word. Say you dislike this or that. And it's like, no. Their name is People's Oracle, as I said, not the People's Oracle. I always fuck it up because I always want to say it's the. I always want to say it's the. But she put out a video about Tabitha Brown that really hit me, bitch. Okay, so I'm playing it right now. Hope y'all can hear it. If you can't tell me. Girl, now I need to log in and watch a video. For real? Alright. That is crazy as fuck, but alright. Also, sidebar, did anybody hear that Ghazi Kozo got all of his charges dropped? Guided air child, I'm crying. I mean, but yeah, I'm not gonna hold you. I'm not gonna hold you. I feel like I really hate my dad. I don't really hate Geminis, and I feel like I don't even really hate Leos. I just feel like I've experienced some Leo people that I were, but I say that as a Capricorn. So let me stop. Okay. Okay, so this video, it was posted 4 days ago. For anyone that wants to watch it on their own, People's Oracle 4 days ago. The video is titled IJS. So I'm just saying, and yeah, I'm excited to share this with you. I think y'all appreciate this. Audio up.
Just want to say, when they all went to the White House for that Black Excellence picnic in the middle of the ongoing genocide, and ain't none of them say shit about the genocide. I just want you to keep that in mind while they're asking you to not boycott Target. I just want to say, when they all went to...
There's one more video that I want to show you that she posted, and this was, I want to say, from the same day because she's in the same outfit, and the title is QTNA Thoughts. 4 days ago posted.
Recording and editing the podcast for the new moon, which is why I got these headphones on and stuff. But I wanted to come back over here and say something else.
Talk your shit.
Which is with Jupiter in Taurus, right? Like, this is what this moment is about in a lot of ways. Matter of fact, Jupiter is stationary right now. It's going to station direct on February 4th. What did I write? Making sense by belonging. Yeah, because my question for folks who feel some type of loyalty to Black capitalists, Black celebrities, Black wealth hoarders is, what is it that you have in common with these people besides Blackness? And why is it that your Blackness is the largest part of your identity? Who does that serve? What is the function of that? And also, like, what does it even mean to be Black? What is Blackness? Is it just a skin color? Like, what is that? Who gets to define what that is? Who gets to say what that means and how that functions? I know, like, part of the Black self-determination movement of the 70s, say it loud, I'm Black and I'm proud, Black is beautiful, calling us Black instead of colored or Negro, right? Like, those were all ways that Black people tried to reclaim the label of Blackness and to define it. But the reality is that Blackness only exists because whiteness decided that it needed to, right? Now, don't get me wrong. I love being Black, would never want to be anything else, but we have to recognize when it's being weaponized against us. I'm sitting here recording it.
And that video really hit me, honestly. Because it feels like that's what I keep hearing people say, is we have to support this Black millionaire. We have to keep her a millionaire. Why? And I think the reality is a lot of us think we're going to be rich one day. A lot of us think we're going to be able to make the right moves to be rich one day. A lot of us think that. And one of my favorite content creators, I'm pulling her up too, bitch. Yes. Shout out to the laptop. Is Matu Gwendolyn, bitch. She's one of the baddest bitches on earth. She's a Black therapist who's offering free therapy to Black folk, I believe. If not, I know the Loveland Foundation is offering free vouchers, but I know that she offers sliding scale for non-Black people. So I don't want to say for Black folks it's free, but I'm pretty sure she's operating on like a donation-based, gift-based option. So you don't have to pay what you can't pay, if that makes sense. But with that being said, she put out a reel that really hit me, bitch, and I really appreciated it. And it's another reason why I come here with my hair looking all crazy, crying, all fucked up, because I'm not trying to perform for you, bitch. If I'm fucked up, if something hurt me, if I cussed out a police officer for telling me racism is not illegal, unfortunately, yeah, I'm gonna be that. I'm gonna be broke. I'm gonna come here with the white tongue, no tongue scraper. Yeah, I'm gonna come here and be that. I'm gonna be that because one day some of y'all are gonna make fucking YouTube channels and TikTok videos, and you're not gonna be looking your best. You're gonna be talking your shit. I hope you fucking do it. I hope you let us know what's going on in your neck of the woods. Because again, as I've shared with you, I've told you the perspective of someone who's been in foster care multiple times. I've told you the perspective of someone who's been abandoned by their family, their entire family, have had to restart their life how many fucking times because of white supremacy. Like I literally every time I'm moving, I'm not moving because I want to move. I'm moving because somebody white has tricked me again, has played on my motherfucking empathy again, has manipulated me into thinking that they were considering themselves as desiring to be an accomplice and like moving in a way that made me hopeful. Again, it's the way that like my entire experience on earth, I've been trying to share it with you. So you see, like, it's not like I just knew white people were evil. It's not like I just knew white people were being dehumanized by white supremacy. I didn't know any of that. No one told me. And I feel like that's why I keep on talking. Because there are black folks that have to sit their child down and tell them this shit. Everything I've been telling you for fucking years, over a decade. There are black people that have to tell their children this shit before they go outside. So yeah, and I'm also talking for the mixed kids that are out there and the white mamas who watch me who know good and goddamn well they don't know what the fuck to tell their kids. Bitch, you gotta tell them this. You have to tell them that white supremacy is real. Who knows? Like who knows what a child who's never been told they had to accept this will think? Who knows what black child needs to hear this is not fucking it's deeper than inhumane. Like someone has to one day tell their child we can't invest in humanity because it never invested in black people. Humanity was created as an opposite to blackness. Somebody has to tell the children. And again, I don't think it's going to be me, but somebody going to have a baby and have to tell them this shit. And they're going to have my lived experience along with it.
To a coup d'etat. I'm having a bowl of rice that my family continues to insist is not enough food. It reminded me of some videos that I have sitting in the drafts about how we influencers or quasi-influencers or just people wanting to live like a showboat life on social media are actually state-sponsored agents. If you don't know this film, excellent. Highly recommend watching. If you have a library card, you might be able to watch it through Canopy.
The video that they reference is called Soundtrack to a Coup d'etat. And they're going to explain what the movie is about. And so I hope you appreciate this explanation. This was posted 2 days ago on Reels. Their name is Matu.Gwendolyn, ISMATU.GWENDOLYN.
About how jazz was the background for U.S. imperialism and was a means of essentially like propaganda because they had these black artists, and they were touting them out across the world, the Louis Armstrongs of the world, even the Nina Simones, whether they knew it was state-sponsored or not, to be able to use the lovely tones of jazz music as a weapon for like U.S. sentiment. There are two essays living in my head about this. One is about how we're absolutely doing this now just with hip-hop. It is over. Half of me is like, don't even write the essay because the thesis is obvious. The other half is about how we are complicit in that, using our social media to be able to showboat, U.S. ideals, but across the world. Dirty December, folks. I'm talking to you. I've been working on this essay in media and representation since I watched Invisible Beauty last year in February, because I was dead wrong about representation politics. I went from thinking that they were absolutely useless and essentially just like downgraded to a dog whistle politic to realizing that what you see actually controls what you think is possible, conceivable, achievable, aspirational. Now that I live in Sierra Leone and have been living in Sierra Leone as my primary place of residence for the last calendar year or so, I keep thinking about when it is that I see Sierra Leone proliferated in the international news circuit. And it's only ever either if Sierra Leone is suffering, which, is consistent with that Africa is poor and a terrible place to be, and aren't we all lucky in the West that we don't live there, narrative that the West loves so much. And during Dirty December, in which our diasporatic children come back to the country to be able to engage in Western styles of fun, where we treat the entire country like a hotel, where the narrative is still Western imperialism, but just in an African context, where we have beautiful Airbnb rooftop pools and all these exclusive luxury parties that the people that actually live in Sierra Leone full time that make the local currency can never afford to go to. This one's the one I'm going to write an essay about. Do we see the threads that I'm beginning to connect? I'm going to clear my drafts out about this. Have a good day.
Yeah, their content is really important because again, I am diasporic in ways like, but I don't go to Jamaica in December to visit nobody, bitch. Like nobody in Jamaica has reached out, and nobody from America has taken their kids down there. Like none of my cousins go to Jamaica, and it's not to be shady. It's just to say that like they weren't the kind of immigrants that were prideful of their home. They were the kind of immigrants that wanted to be white. And so I had to hold that as well. That's another reason why it wasn't just my white passing mom failing me. Because if I'm being real, when you're non-white and you have a child with someone who shows up white in the world and you don't tell them about anti-blackness, you're culpable for abuse, in my opinion. I feel like my father abused me by neglecting me with a white passing woman. That was over abuse. And again, until elders fight, lobby, make these motherfucking things matter. There are young people, there are young kids left with white women. There are young brown children left with fucking white people and are trying to figure out like we're talking about Ismatu Gwendolyn. They just shared a content, or they just shared content about how in America people are using rap music to kind of like make it seem like we can all get along. We all like this music. Same with jazz, like using all these jazz singers to make it seem like, see, we don't hate black people. And also when Ismatu Gwendolyn was talking, because that's their name, ISMATU.GWENDOLYN. They posted this video 2 days ago, and they just made me think about Thames canceling in Congo, or rather canceling, I think, in Rwanda and Kigali. Like I want to say that like she was planning on going to Rwanda, but Rwanda is actually like funding conflict in Congo. And so Thames canceling is again another reason why I think Ismatu Gwendolyn's post like is just kind of hitting like all of these black femme people, especially from who are like not from America in the context of like their people have been from other places and came here, and so they're able to see things that folks from here would not. Like most Black American folks are not going out of like America to go back to homeland. That is not seemingly a foundational Black American occurrence. And with that being said, I didn't know that was happening. My thing is this, like printing fake money is hilarious to think about because if you get caught, you're fucked. Like I feel like that's the thing about it. But that's the other thing about crime in America is like when you get caught, you're fucked, right? Like I think you can say that about anything. So, have fun. They have all this money but still partnering with these problematic companies as number coin. Here's my thing. Here's my thing. I feel like if Target here's the thing. People made the comparison with Tabitha. They were saying, would you buy BLM merch from the Klan? And I thought that was really extreme personally, but there's a part of me that has to hold that when a large corporation assumes that white supremacy is the right way to be operating or lockstep with white supremacy, then we have to just be candid that like they're implicated and that like from the top down, it doesn't matter how many black people that work there. Like I feel like that's what's so frustrating. It's like I'm literally telling you that I was one of like a handful of people of color that worked at a hospital, and these two white women use their white supremacy, their privilege to harm everybody of color to the point where there were people whispering to me about who was racist. And we live in a time where people have to whisper about people in power who are racist, and I'm just fucking tired. And so that's why I cussed out a police officer today, because again, a Middle Eastern police officer who told me he's not white telling me that unfortunately racism is not illegal is insane. And then asking me, did they touch me? Did they physically aggress me? And it's like, no, bitch, I'm fat as fuck. They're not going to do that to me. And that's another thing. If I was smaller, would they have? That's the thing. That's the thing. It's like I'm terrified for any tiny like person of color who is not outspoken because they're running all over her. And it's the way that I seen them hire, like as soon as like they hadn't fired me or Candace yet, but this black woman who used to work there just showed up out of nowhere. And she was very like whatever. And it was just awkward because it's like I usually notice like, and again, this may be not everyone's experience, but usually whenever I work at a job, most of the people of color, especially the black folks, talk to each other and say something about what's going on, like give an update. And so that's what was frustrating is like the only person of color that was working there that I assumed would be like was that biracial girl who was very much white. And so it's just the way that like I just have like a new politic for myself where like I definitely like during the interview or after I need to like actually walk around and like notice some shit because mm. Here's the thing. I'm not saying anybody should not shop at Target. If that's what you want to do, I genuinely don't give a fuck. I never could afford Target, really. Every time I went up in there, I was spending my motherfucking coin. So I stopped going up in there. So with that being said, I think that the price point for Target is very much a class conversation at this point. Because notice the way people are like, Target? Y'all want me to be ghetto? Like, it's very much giving, like, y'all want me to go to Dollar Tree land? Again, I just feel like we're not talking about, like, it's just funny how, not funny, but how the conversation about, like, black capitalism turns into a classist convo. Like, how people are invoking, like, we need black millionaires. What an interesting slogan. And the way everybody else is kind of frozen. Like, wait, do we not want black millionaires? Then the combo shifts. We're no longer talking about whether or not it's unethical to go to Target. Now we're fighting about black capital and whether or not somebody black deserves to be a millionaire at the expense of integrity. This is why I turn on my camera. This is why I turn on my camera, friends, because again, there's going to be people who are black who unfortunately are invested in white supremacy. And again, as much as I never want to condemn anybody black for internalizing whiteness as if that's not fucking part of socialization, I do want to squint when people try to invoke that they're black and therefore them dominating over everyone makes sense because they're black. They should be able to do what the white people do too. And it's like, no, I don't agree. I don't agree that we should focus on capitalism over integrity. I don't believe that. And I also think if we're being candid, I think it's fair to say that when you have a contract in business, typically, because again, I've worked in like retail where we had to work with independent people. I'm not trying to say that I know what her deal is, but you have to figure out what you're paying that person for what they're giving you before anything. If there's already a contract in place, then she's guaranteed to make a certain amount of money regardless. Regardless if people boycott or not, she's guaranteed a certain amount of money because that's what's in the shops. Even if they sell her shit at a discount, that's the store taking the loss, not her. So I want to be candid. Everybody black noticing that her shit is on clearance, sweetie, they want you to buy it. That's why it is. Like, that's the whole point of clearance, sweetie. It's either rotten or they really wanted to get the fuck out the store. That's really the only reason why shit goes on clearance. It's about to be making you sick and dead and they can get a lawsuit, or they don't want it in the store. Exactly. That's what I'm trying to offer. They don't want her business anymore. So her being like, y'all go get the last of my stuff. Sweetie, this is a moment to pivot. Again, I'm not offering that I know better than her about her damn business, but they're literally showing you that you don't give a fuck. They didn't even bother to have a meeting with y'all so y'all knew what to say to y'all fan bases. They actually put you in a very unprofessional situation. But as that police officer told me today, bitch, racism is unfortunately not illegal. And neither is sexism, neither is xenophobia. So, because if you think about it, that's the glue, bitch. That's the glue for all the other oppressions, bitch. Is hating black people, is killing black people, is making black people less than people. So everybody else is getting it. And again, I want to go back to another conversation that I was seeing unfolding. I've seen a lot of Black cis women being very upset that that transphobia is seemingly being taken seriously. I've seen a lot of Black women being transphobic, and it's really unfortunate. And instead of like trying to condemn anybody, what I've been trying to do is offer that, like, if you really don't understand transness, if you're genuinely confused, if you really don't see the link in transphobia and Blackness and queerness, I will talk to you for free. I will literally make time in my life to talk to you because, again, I don't want to see anybody Black out here harming themselves to harm another group. But there are so many Black folks who do not see that white supremacy has absolutely connected Blackness, transness, and queerness. Maybe not intentionally, but they absolutely have. And so those links, but also trans misogyn war. We must talk about trans misogyn war because, again, the layers of this conversation are deep, and I really hate to see it. I've seen so many outspoken Black women losing so much support because they don't understand what they're saying, and I can tell because, again, as a queer person, I didn't know all the language. As a trans person, I didn't know all the language. I had to learn about my identity as well. So I'm trying to do a labor of love and share what I've learned about myself, other people in community. And I want to just uplift that, like, systemic violence is real as fuck. But when folks are a part of a marginalized identity, it's more important to look at them as an individual and notice how their individual behavior connects to the larger system versus saying that you hate everybody in that whole motherfucker. Let's acknowledge that you hate this system of violence. The system has stolen them. And I'm not saying that these folks are not hateable. What I'm trying to offer is, until we start to really trace it back to this umbrella of anti-blackness, a lot of us will be hating people that really are not so disenfranchised from being marginalized, if that makes sense. Like, again, just like we see, and I'm really hoping that this hits, just like we know that chattel slavery is a part of a larger system of African Holocaust. Like, we have to see that at this point, that it wasn't just stolen people. It wasn't just people being stolen. It was also a system of stealing people, a system of degrading, a system of making people less than human. If we know that, we know that there was a Holocaust then. We're aware of that Holocaust. We're also aware that that Holocaust begets other Holocausts. The Jewish folk, when their Holocaust was seemingly over, what happened for them? How were they repaired? And what have they done now? This is my fear, is that there are some Black folks that believe that they want to be just like Jewish folks and held in this particular way, when that has not helped their community. In fact, their community, unfortunately, has been operating much like people that harm them in an effort to, again, push that, like, they are always going to be victims of all harm, when that's not true. This is what I'm trying to offer, is that going through a deeply fucked up and disturbing experience historically does not necessarily set you up to do that same thing to others, but it can. But it can. And the dehumanizing that happened to Jewish folk is unfortunately what informs them to dehumanize. And that's what I'm trying to offer. It's like, yes, I hate white supremacy, and there are white people that I fucking hate. But do I hate all white people? I don't hate all white people. I hate white supremacy, and I have to hold that. I have to be clear and candid with you. I don't hate all white people. I fucking hate white supremacy. Do I believe all white people can dismantle internally? Fuck no. Some of them can't. And you want to know why? Because if they tried, that would fuck them up, and they don't want to get fucked up. Even trying to hold that, like, I've been colorist and that I could be being colorist right now and in the future, that's something I keep with me. Does it fuck me up to think that I could be an op to people just by being in the room? Yeah, but that's on me. That's not on anybody else to hold. I gotta hold that shit. But again, it's the way that white people don't want to hold that they could be an op in any space, every time, every day. Thinking of past behavior, sitting with ways that you don't want to behave anymore. It's not easy, but fuck easy right now. I need folks to consider, like, we don't have to hate each other, but we can really hate these systems. We can really hate how the system is using us True. And unlearning as well. Unlearning the ways that you're taught to behave. That's uncomfortable. It's uncomfortable to know that, in certain situations, if I don't say anything, somebody else won't either. I feel like white people treat me like I am a wise brown object that they want something from. And I think when you are seen as not black, but not white, there is obvious, not even I think, I know, based on experience and based on what I've been hearing, people don't treat me like a person. People really do treat me like I'm a wealth of knowledge and like I'm some sort of fucking hybrid species, and it's very strange. Again, I didn't think about it like that when it was happening when I was younger. I assumed that this is just how people are. I assumed white people were asking all of us about white supremacy all the time and was asking us our thoughts all the time. I assumed that. I now realize, unfortunately, that there are a lot of us mixed people being treated like we have some sort of like double vision. And I really don't. In fact, I truly believe that like white supremacy is so heinous and evil that it really does make us operate in a particular way. It makes us operate in delusion, and it's not how we naturally are. And I think that that's the harder part to hold, is that nobody white is naturally like this. They have been socialized to be like this, and unfortunately their socialization has honestly transferred. And so with that being said, it's so much deeper than like hating them. It's so much deeper. It's why hating them is not gonna fucking do anything. It's so fucked up to say this, but it's literally an act of provocation. The entire fucking system, as I see it now, the whole point is white people provoking, provoking, provoking. And maybe if they provoke you long enough, you'll be that black monster. You'll be that loud bitch. You'll be that fucking evil that they're saying you are. Again, that's all I see now. All I see now is a setup. Is settler colonial motherfucking pipeline to fucking death. That's all I see is them pushing, pushing, pushing until you either throw yourself off the fucking cliff or run at them full force and then get fucking taken out. That's what I see. My hair is cool, thank you. But again, all I'm seeing, and again, I don't want to make it seem like I can understand anti-blackness. I don't. I feel like I can see certain experiences and be like, yeah, that does seem anti-black as fuck. That does seem fucked up. But again, the ways that like nobody told me white people were operating lockstep in this fucking way. It's the way that I remember white people being racist, but I didn't see it like that. I just thought they were aggy, weird people. I didn't see the system of motherfucking diminishing and like them. Again, there was recently a situation that happened that really just like hit me even harder because again, it's the way that like I'm thinking of a lot of shit in retrospect. Like I'm like realizing that this situation was actually worse, more violent, more racist than I even could have imagined because I wasn't able to imagine it because I wasn't listening to certain people. I wasn't hearing certain things. And so there was a black man who was standing, there was a black man who saw a white woman on his porch. And when he came outside, he asked her, or he's like, hey, what's up? And she's like, do you live here? And he says, yes. And then she said, I don't think you do. And then she started screaming. She had 2 children with her. There's a white woman screaming in front of this black man's home. She was screaming and carrying on so much, she left the stroller. I think she actually left one of the babies at this black person's house. At some point, the black wife came outside and started to interject. And again, this was all caught on ring cam. If you haven't seen it, it's really traumatic because again, it's just a reminder that there are white people who are monitoring spirits. That like again, this is all an act of provocation. Like they wanted to make that black man look crazy. And if there was no camera, what would it have been? A white woman with 2 babies saying she's scared of a black man running away? Come on. But that's the thing too, though. Like even her leaving her children and saying she was in danger, why are you walking around with your babies at night and knocking on people's doors? Like, this black woman really was like, anything could have been on the other side of that door. And you brought your kids? And again, it's the way that like white supremacy has always done this. They are scared. This whole country runs on fear, bitch. This whole country is afraid. And again, it's the way that they're so afraid of black folks retaliating that they keep doing shit. They keep on doing shit and keep saying, oh, we're scared. And it's like, no, you're not. You're trying to make sure that we're scared. And I'm not going to take away that they're afraid, but they're afraid of something that doesn't exist. That is what I think is also the issue, is that white people truly are afraid of black people because they see what's happened. They see it. And instead of holding that, like, that fear is coming from shame, from guilt, they'd rather project it and say, no, you're going to hurt me. And again, how the fuck you beat somebody ass for centuries and then say, oh, I'm scared of you? It's the way white supremacy is a trick. It's all a trick. It's all delusion, built on delusion, and let you be living in reality. Now you're dead. Again, it's the way that this black man's life could have been lost if he didn't have a camera. But his wife had not been there. Even the husband of the white woman who showed up had the nerve to say, let's just move on. Imagine a white woman comes to your doorstep with 2 children and tells you you don't live where you live and starts screaming and acting like she's about to call the cops on you. What are you doing next? And that's the way so many black folks wouldn't even call the cops about this shit. They would just move on. There's so many. Because once the cops come, it's some bullshit. Again, it's the way that this white woman is an actress. Bitch, EGOT. She was EGOT as fuck. She was Emmy, Grammy, Oscar, Tony, bitch. She was getting all them awards because she was really screaming for her life, running with one of her 2 children. How are you scared, but you left the baby in the stroller on this person's property? But you scared? It's giving you one of these people to die so you can buy their house or some shit. Like, bitch, it's really giving that. It's really giving that because there are so many white people who have admitted later in life on their deathbed. That's another thing too. These videos are so fucking triggering. White people on their deathbed confessing anti-black crimes. There was a white woman who confessed to switching 5,000 children in the infirmary, or in the nursery rather. A nurse swapped over 5,000 children and only told the truth on herself when she was about to die. Isn't that sick? Bitch, I've seen so many white people telling these stories. There was a white person being like, oh, there was a white woman who told me that there was a black child in her room just staring at her. And then she gonna talk about how she fucking got this boy lynched. Whole family house burned down and killed because the little girl's dressers, the little girl who was the white girl, had seen a little black girl with nice dresses on. And those nice dresses had her so mad that she made up a whole story and got this whole family killed. Again, it's the way that they they can't even like decenter like telling a story like that. Like, why are we talking about you and dresses and shit? Bitch, you killed people. You lied and you killed. Honestly, like, would I be crying and shit and I'd be like feeling fucked up? There's moments where I have to hold that, like, that is learned behavior. Even when I like laid on the floor when that white lady was cussing me out, it's like, again, it's like fight, flight, freeze. Like, what are we taught in our households? I want us to think about that. If you cry, who tell you to be quiet? Think about this, y'all. This is fucking serious. Like, think about when you're crying, when you're hurting. Think about that. Like, when you're really sad, do you get to be fully in that emotion? Because again, the white people get to cry. White people don't get told to shut the fuck up to cry. They don't. Most of them don't. Most of them can cry as long as they want, bitch. They mom or dad just go in another room and ignore them. A lot of white people are neglected in their sadness. Or they hear somebody breaking shit, like destroying stuff. A lot of white people I dated before, they get, when they mad or sad, fuck it, when they're sad, it comes out mad. It comes out physically violent. It comes out slamming shit. Think about it. Think about how some of our parents learned how to emote through beating us. I hate to tell y'all that. Because that's why some of y'all beat people up before y'all talk. That's why some of y'all don't got nothing to say. I hate to say that. I'm not trying to traumatize you or trigger you at all, I promise. I'm trying to do the opposite. I'm trying to uplift that some of y'all beat people up because somebody beat you up. Not because you just innately is just a killer, a beater. You're not that. But if somebody, when they was mad or sad or hurting, they beat you, they taught you to do the same. So again, it's the way that some of us are living in fight or flight in many ways. For real. Like, I know many people who are like, oh, my belt is stronger than my kids. Or my hand, I got hands. It's a lot of people that think like there's nothing to talk about right now. And again, I'm not trying to shame nobody black from feeling tired. Nope, never that. What I'm trying to offer is talking to people that don't drain you or suck your energy is probably what you should do. Versus, just talking to talk. Fuck talking to talk. Fuck talking to anybody white trying to help them. I'm not saying help white people. I'm saying help yourself. Talk to people that's going to talk to you about some shit that's uplifting, make you feel good or some shit. Make you think outside the fucking box at what the fuck we're looking at, because it is anti-black as fuck out here. How else can we live? I'm trying to tell people this is the beginning of a life, a beginning of a world. It's not the end. The end was 9/11. The end was you having to go through screenings to get on the plane. The end was anyone like Donald Trump ever being qualified to run for presidency simply because he had the money and influence and power, not because he was qualified. The end was white people thinking they had to create DEI for marginalized people in general and deciding that wasn't working enough, despite the fact that we saw many black corporate folks, many black professionals ascending in a particular way, even though DEI isn't what made them qualified. Let's be candid. DEI never made those black folks qualified. They already were. DEI actually exposed how underqualified many white people were. That's why they didn't want it anymore, baby. Please stop running with DEI only helped women, white women. It didn't. It helped many black folks in positions of power ascend higher than they ever fucking would, because white people were incompetent and were doing nepotistic ass shit. I don't care who you like. I don't care. Again, it's the way DEI is being used to make it seem like nobody of color, especially black folk, need fucking structured support, accommodation. Like, that's the thing about it, is like this society, of course it was never built to incorporate black excellence. That's why there were all these amendments made. But again, since there can't be any more amendments made, there needs to be a new world, a new life, a new way of existing. Again, many folks may want to keep on living the way they were. It's not going to be possible. Some of y'all will feel hunger. Some of y'all will really feel hunger in this time. Some of y'all will really feel fucking deep depression in this time. And I know some of y'all think you already felt it. You haven't. There's new shit coming. And so please, like, try to talk to farmers. Talk to farmers. There's local farmers, bitch. There's people who are on farms right now. There are people doing so much. Thank you. There are people doing so much to support. Look into the black, brown, indigenous folk who are operating as if this is the end. Or rather, not the end, but like this is the end of like what the fuck we've been going through and how we want to restructure. There are so many new conversations to be having. There are people that know good and goddamn well they cannot live alone. There are people that know that they can't live with their mom anymore. There are folks that know that they can't do it all by themselves. Please stop trying. Please stop. Queen, I'm so proud of you. Thank you for sharing with us. Please tell us more if you want to. But again, it's just the way that like, I saw a video where white people were living in a house, 6 people in one house, and every night it's one person's job to cook dinner for everybody. And then on Sunday, everybody like makes a side dish and they all share it. And it's the way that like this is how white people are living. very indigenous, are they not? Very, very, very able to experience what it is that we need to experience as people of color. And we are in our own ways, but less so now. Like, I just remember as a kid, like, such a robust social life. Someone actually wrote this really great piece about how, all their childhood was spent with cousins and friends and going to people's homes and going on excursions and all this travel, all this life, and how she doesn't see that anymore, how she doesn't see anybody doing anything she used to see. Anyways, I hold space for that. Where a lot of us are inside. We're still going through a pandemic. You feel me? Whether or not they want to hold that, we still should be masking up when we go outside, and keeping masks in our car. These are things that we should be doing. Are we? No, we're not. And again, I think about like the ways that like suicide isn't just like someone hanging themselves, like trigger warning for suicide, but there's also the slow kill. There's also that slow suicide where you wake up every day and you don't do as much as you could to make sure you're okay. Where you actually forget to wash your body, brush your teeth, or don't even forget, don't care enough to do it. And so I just want to say, like, there are ways that we can be trying to kill ourselves. And, like, there's ways, like I said this in another video, some of us saw a parent not know how to deal with their pain. And so all they did was sit in the same spot every day and be in pain. Some of us know what that's like. Some of us know what that's like to imitate. And I've said that for myself as well. Like, I know how to sit somewhere for a long time and smoke a cigarette. And honestly, in retrospect, I think about how my mom might have felt comfortable. It might have made her feel better after cooking, after working in a factory, after cooking for 3 kids, after, fucking on a man that using you for housing. Like maybe she taught me how to survive in some ways, but maybe it's easier to interpret it as killing myself. Maybe it's easier to not see the ways that she was trying to make it through as well. I be holding space for her, bitch. I'm trying not to turn cold for real. It'd be close though. It'd be real close. But that's the thing though. It's like, I don't know. I just think about like how some of us don't really like. I remember seeing trash in the street the other day, and I was like, damn, I want to get out the car and clean it. But then I was just like, man, all these white people want to see me cleaning this trash. I didn't want that. And I think about how, again, white supremacy robs us of our humanity. Like, there's moments where I want to do something for somebody, and I'm like, nah, their white ass will never be able to appreciate me the right way. Their white ass will never be able to love me the right way. Their white ass will never be able to see what the fuck I'm doing for them. I'm not going to put myself through that. Again, it's the way that, like, sometimes you won't do certain shit because there's white people around. And the ways that that's limiting as fuck, that you can't be in your full self because what? White people going to see you? Again, white people perceiving us as such fucking pain, bitch. So much pain. And the ways that we don't talk about it because, bitch, again, it's the way that like I am sitting with the fact that I've been vulnerable in a way that I know some black women are very disgusted by. I know some black women see my content and are like, why are you crying? Like, why are you talking about white people? Why are you so invested in this? And it's like, it's not that I wanted to be. It's because I was literally socialized to not give a fuck about anybody. I really was. And in retrospect, I have to hold that forever. That like all the work I'm doing is because I couldn't before. I could not access this part of my heart, my brain could not. And I think about how like there's so many of us like raised around white people, raised around non-black people, just being fucking indoctrinated with anti-blackness, and we don't know what that is. And we don't see it for what it is. And we don't. And again, the way that like I've been able to self-actualize because of black liberation. Like it's the way that I literally exist. Because I know black people exist. And again, it's the way that like we're taught to like it's the way non-black folks we're not taught. We're socialized. we're socialized, and the way that ones that look like me, the ones that can pass into black spaces, seemingly, we're just taught to emulate. We're taught to fucking mimic. We're taught to copy. We're taught to behave in a particular way so we can be erasing. That's what I'm sitting with. That to be a full person means I have to acknowledge how I've been taught to be a fucking eraser, a colonizer's daughter, you know? I have to sit with that. That like the colonizer's daughter is in black spaces, you know? And some of us have heard the colonizer's daughter say things that we know was anti-black, but we're so glamored, you know? It's glamour magic, bitch. It's the way if somebody brown says it, you might think about it a little longer. If somebody white said it, you wouldn't. If somebody white said some of these things that us mixed people said, you would know what it was. It's the way that cop really tried to gaslight me. Like I didn't know what anti-blackness was. Like, ah! And it's the way he's like, I'm not white. So indignant. And I'm like, you know, there's black Middle Eastern people, right? So I'm trying to figure out, like, are you marginalized, bro? Like I'm literally trying to talk to him. And it's like, sweetie, the fact that you're a cop lets me know, like, you're not that bright, bitch. Like, I'm literally trying to talk to this man. And it's like, ooh, they just gave you a gun, didn't they? And they made sure to put your goofy ass on the phone. Fucking wasting people's time and shit. Like, I'm really sick that they put that man on the phone because he don't need to be on the phone. He don't know how to talk to people. I swear, his ugly ass was vexing the fuck out of me, yo. Got the fucking nerve to tell me, did they put their hands on you? Fuck up, bitch. Because if they had put their fucking hands on me, then what? Then I'm getting shot. So, and I literally said that. Like, that's the other thing. Bitch, in the middle of me telling this white woman, like, you're being abusive. You're verbally assaulting me. And I'm pulling my badge off. This fucking white fucking security guard rolls up on us and I'm like, oh no, I'm going to jail. And everybody nervously laughs. And I'm being dead ass. I'm crying. I'm like, no, look, now the police are here. But you was cussing me out. You were cussing the dog shit out of me. Nobody heard you. I'm telling you, you can keep your badge. This is disrespectful. It's disgusting. No one deserves to be treated like this. You don't deserve to treat me this way. My fucking standing up for myself. All of a sudden, here comes the fucking security guard. All of a sudden, everybody's laughing like I'm telling a fucking joke. No. Again, it's the way that, like, I truly believe that the function of us mixed people is, like, literally to be the ones that get fucking, like, the ones that get it now. You know, they're like, we're scared of black people. Let's hire some mixed people and see if we can keep them around to shield us from our anti-blackness. '83 and Pat, please tell me more. Please tell me more. No, it's true. It's true. And again, being a mixed person means that, like, I've absolutely used to think that, like, there was a way to behave that was the best way to behave. Like, I used to think, like, I don't want to do anything to, like, go to jail. I don't want to do anything to scare white people. I used to think, like, it's on me to behave a way so that I can be safe. I used to really think that. And so in some ways, I used to think some black folks just weren't protecting themselves enough. And that's what I'm trying to expose here. I used to think there was a way to behave in this shit so you could make it through. That's what I hear sometimes when I hear folks say, like, we should just, like, not care that this person's a millionaire and has nothing in common besides having a racial identity. Like, that's what I hear. I hear that, like, they're behaving the right way. Let's listen to them. They've got money and influence and power. They must be doing something right. Not thinking about the fact that, like, there's exploitation that comes with business. At the end of the day, like, anybody who's selling you anything, like, they have vested interest for you to not stop. Like, it's not like I'm never going to look at Tabitha like she's so different from any white billionaire or white millionaire. I'm not. I feel like once you get to a certain level of money, you really don't give a fuck. Like, I feel like money literally does steal empathy. I hate to say that, but it do. Ooh, I have a movie that I want to share with you. I'm not gonna watch it with you right now, but for anybody that cares about the movie club or the movie night idea, because I like the idea of us like watching a movie like every week, maybe two, depending on how it goes. But there's a movie called John in the Hole. I really want folks to get into that. If you have time to watch it on your own before you watch it with us, that's cool. We don't have to have a discussion afterwards. We can let it marinate. But it's called John in the Hole. The whole premise of the movie is how white supremacy and the concept of white propaganda being a set way of behaving that actually has set up all of us to be in danger, but also not only all of us, but also the folks that we're assuming are so privileged. There is literally a case where a man killed a bunch of people. He hit them with his car and just left the scene. And his lawyer actually said that he was so rich that he was desensitized to other people. And they called it affluenza. They called it affluenza. Look it up. It's real. It's a real case. And again, this movie kind of explores like how white people have been desensitized from humanity. That humanity is not real, but they want you to think it is. Humanity exists with anti-blackness at the same time. Keep in mind. So humanity can't be real. It can't be. If there's a way to treat black people that's not human, then this isn't real. This is a distraction from what we should be invested in, which is being nature. Being nature. Yes. Yes. It's a movie about a young white boy who is so desensitized, so dehumanized that he operates in a way that is so bizarre. And yet, in the delusion of whiteness, these white people around him only find anger and sadness. They never find liberation. They never find accountability. They never find atonement. It's the way that like this white child did something so heinous, so fucking evil to his family, his mother, his father, and his sister. He literally left these people. I don't want to tell the whole story, to do something. He really put them in a situation, and the entire story is just these white people experience this pain. And instead of the pain transforming into anything, it just lays dormant. And it's the way that, like, I watched videos of black folks from the 1950s very angrily talking about how, they've been dying in wars in a country that they can't even fucking live in fully. They're angry about so many things that, again, there are black people today still angry about it, but it's the way that videos of black people advocating for themselves are so rare. And it's on purpose. It's on purpose. The algorithm does not want us to see black folks actualizing. Like a black person saying that we live in a racist world, like, or categorizing like their experience as anti-black, like we're not supposed to watch that. We're supposed to be watching Sabrina Carpenter fuck a mic stand. Think about what exists. Like, I haven't even watched this girl. I don't even know one song by her, but I know I'm supposed to be so invested. I'm supposed to care so much about Chappell Roan being a trans pop star. Woo! Love the trans folk. Yay! It's the way. What else is in the media? What else am I supposed to be focused on today? Oh, I'm supposed to be really invested in Harvey Weinstein letting us know that Rikers Island is hell. The fact that we're even hearing from someone in Rikers Island, I love to hear it. But could they get someone else? Could they get someone else to report from Rikers? And someone actually said, imagine a demon saying that he is not fit for hell. That made me laugh because honestly, Harvey, girl, ooh, I'm surprised he ain't killed himself yet. Woo, it's the delusion for me because, like, girlie, at this point, wow. take that however you will, but it's the way that motherfucker. It's the way I'm surprised Diddy's still fighting. I'm like, Diddy, what you fighting for? But low-key, if I'm being candid with you, I would not be surprised if Diddy got out. I would not be surprised. But then again, there's a part of me that feels like on some plot shit. I was watching Harlots, and I would say I would recommend that show to anybody who likes shows about hoes. I will say upon watching it again, because I'm like almost done with the third season, just the ways that like it's just again, I feel like the way in like England, like they just again, it's just the way that England is just annoying to me, but also the ways that like mixed people are treated in the show is weird because like I feel like they use all of these like browner skinned people to illustrate anti-blackness happening, but then they use like, oh, thank you, Australia, but then they use like all of these mixed people to be like silent like plot points. I don't know. It's weird. It's like it's the way that like there's one mixed race person that actually gets to speak and they're a gay person. I mean, you know what? If they switch, you know what? They might switch the judge though, bitch. I would not be surprised. Like at this point in Trump's inauguration and Trump presidency, because my thing is this: you really think Diddy and Trump never partied together, bitch? Come on now. Like there's a like now that I'm really thinking about it all, it's like, bitch, I don't think Trump really wanted to run. That's my conspiracy theory. I think that's why I brought up Harlots. If you watch Harlots, there's like a group of like rich ass men who are rapists and they literally like fuck with each other so hard. They're also inspired by Greece and Rome and Roman salutes. Yeah. Anyways, so like I said, these men are a part of this rape club, literally. And one of them gets caught out. And he ends up killing himself in order for the group to succeed. But people are still wanting this group to end. However, at this point in the story, the main dude in the group literally is like trying to get close to the king by the prince. And then also using his new baby that he just had with a hoe. He done kicked the hoe out the house. Now he holding his son. He literally had the nerve to be like, I have a son. Congratulate me. It's the way that like through his character, I really see so clearly that men really want a mini me so fucking bad. But at the same time, they never got to see a good man. So a lot of them don't know what to do with that little boy other than traumatize his ass just like they were as well. And it's also the way that like so many men, like, sweetie, this is like a random aside, but I just want to uplift that like there are so many men who have been sexually assaulted by men. And it's wild to me to think about how in the world we live in, we like I've seen it. I've seen people say, oh, this man is giving gay. Like I feel like most recently I've seen people talk about Tristan Thompson being gay, all because of the way he holds his drink. All these mannerisms that we see as like gay. And it's fascinating because it's like, you know, when we see like when we were in high school and that girly that was real quiet and always wore a hoodie finally got like her straight backs and her pants and her Air Forces. When we saw the studding in high school, I just want you to hold that like they were probably scared as fuck before they actually took on their aesthetic. They weren't sure how people were gonna treat them. Some people probably did stop fucking with them. Some people probably thought they was weird. Like, I just want to hold that, like, when you're coming into your identity, like, it takes time for you to believe that you should even do the shit. So I just want to hold that, like, for y'all that be thinking y'all see gay folk all the damn time and everybody gay and everybody movie gay, just keep this in mind, please, that there's no way to act straight. Okay? I just want you to know that there's no way to act straight. What you're doing is policing other people's behavior and saying that's gay. You're actually letting us know that you're obsessed with us. Bitch, put on some Mariah Carey then. Dance it out. But anybody who's talking about trans folk, gay folk a lot, I feel like between me and you, fag to fag, that's very much you either letting me know that you're scared to be in your truth and or You think by talking shit about queer people, trans people, gay people, it's going to do something for you. Notice, people who think that they are great, confident, love themselves, like themselves, feeling good, that doesn't draw from shitting on anybody else. I feel good because, bitch, I'm making good decisions for me. I feel good because I'm liking myself without comparing myself. I'm not looking to anybody else to be like. I want to be more me. What's that? I want to talk to my heart more. I want to be more empathetic. I want to sit with things more. I want to consider the harm I could be doing before I ever think, oh, they're trying to get me. I want to think about how I could maybe getting them. I want to think about stuff like that. I'm not worried about shitting on you. Why? What's the function of that? Why do I need to shit on you? And again, the way that some people operate, like, it's very clear. Like, they don't like themselves. All that's coming out of their mouth is, I don't like myself. So, Ellie, if you want to share your question, you can. But I'm just trying to offer that, like, some of us really, we're hearing people say that they don't like themselves. We're hearing a lot of people saying, I don't know if I'm queer. I don't know if I'm trans. I'm worried. Again, it's the way I know some black cis women don't want to hear this, but gender was invented against you. Gender was invented to make you think you were lesser. Gender was literally invented because white men saw y'all. Like, let's go into it. Let's go into it. Let's go into it. Let's go into the matriarchy. Let's talk about why it's his story. Let's talk about why it's whoa man. Let's talk about that. Let's talk about that. Because again, the men wrote the books, bitch. They're the ones who wrote this shit down. So my pronouns are that and bitch. I'm just that bitch. That's what that bitch said. Oh, that bitch right there? Mm-hmm. I hope that answered your question. Just a baddie. Just a local bad bitch. But yeah, no, I really don't have no investment in gender. Like, I feel like, as I've said before, I wear girl clothes because I have the most social capital as a femme. I literally put on femme aesthetic because I know that that's the safest way for me to present it. However, there's more times where I don't dress any kind of way for anything in particular. But when I go up outside, every now and then, yeah, I will put on an earring. I will put on an eyelash, a blush, or something like that. But it's been harder and harder to actually perform femininity because, again, as I said, it's a trick, it's a ruse, it's a lie. And with that being said, I want to just be super candid that, like, gender and gender, race, all of that shit was created to harm black women the most. That's why we focus so much on black cis men in the community, because we're still focused on patriarchy. Again, a lot of conversations still be talking about the men, still be talking about the men, but really a lot of these systems were created to harm black women, to harm black femmes, to harm black non-men. That's why a lot of this shit was set up, because who the fuck was fucking doing a lot of the motherfucking, like, bitch, who the fuck was out there creating, teaching, living, sharing, loving, cooking, cleaning, uplifting? And again, I'm not trying to say that that's all they were doing. They were hunting. They were warriors. Again, it's the way that, like, our history really wants us to believe that women have always been quiet, sitting next to a man. No, God. No species would survive if that was true. There's no species that just cares for the child the whole time. There's no fucking species that do that shit. It's not real. And that's why I think a lot of people fucked up out here, because they really think that, a lot of men rather are fucked up because they think that that's a woman's natural position. And a lot of these, and that's low key why I don't like the sprinkle lady, because on one hand, yeah, tell these girls to get their money. But she's anti-black as fuck. She be talking about people hair. She be talking about some 4C hair only attracts broke men. I've heard her say shit like that. And it's weird as fuck because I've seen naturals be with millionaires. What the fuck is she talking about? She needs to worry about herself, because it's really weird to me how she is spending all this time giving all this advice. I've not seen her do anything really worth emulating or worth fucking recreating. I don't understand why she's the one that people are talking about, but I do think that she's low-hanging fruit. She's sharing something that's so easy. It's so easy to tell a bitch to go be a hoe. It's so easy to tell a woman to go and slut for it. It's so easy. It's harder to tell a woman, like, This man is, he doesn't deserve to have power over you, even if he does have money. That his money don't make him better than you. And you honestly shouldn't have to motherfucking convince him to do shit for you. Motherfuckers should want to do some shit for you, and you should want to do some shit for them. That's what the fuck a relationship is. It's just the way that she wants everybody to be moving like a sex worker. Meanwhile, sex work is a real fucking job, y'all. Like, if your relationship is mirroring sex work, that's not a relationship. That is a transaction. I know some people don't want to hear that shit. I know because of the world we live in, it seems better to get money from a man than just to get played. I get it. I get it. Trust me, I get it. I get it. I just want folks to consider that using somebody for their money, for their resources, is what a lot of men already do. So I just want us to consider that. I'm talking about Share 7. Again, I don't think emulating what men do is going to help anybody, but I think that I think my real thoughts, I think will probably fuck a lot of y'all up. Because what I truly think needs to happen is there needs to be more folks that talk to their community. I've seen so many black women marrying black women. So many black women marrying black women. And I want to uplift that. So many black queer people finding each other. Like, literally, I'm surrounded by black queer people who are finding each other. And I'm so glad to see it. So glad to see brown people finding brown people who are not straight, who are queer. But it's the way that Share 7 is offering you advice that's going to keep you in a situation that could be quite abusive. I feel like that's why I don't like Shara. Because it's like, what if Shara want to leave her man? Can she? I think that's what we need to hear from women that have, like low key, bitch. I'm from JLo from Enough. Like, bitch, who is your Krav Maga teacher? Who is the person that like where is the car stashed and your go bag? How much money you got in your go bag? That's what I want to hear about. I want to hear how to get the fuck away from these men if shit go left. I just keep on hearing, get dressed for this man. Share 7 over here talking about hide your natural hair, talking about natural hair only attracts dusties. Why would a mixed woman need to be saying this? Again, it's the way that it be my people. Like, us mixed people are so fucking toxic. Because what's the point of this? What is the point? And again, it's the way that in her advice, she is telling black women that you're not going to get better unless you wear a certain kind of hair. When, let's be candid, we're not in a time where we don't see black women with natural hair living their best life. Like, folks really try to invoke that something's wrong with type 4 hair in this way that, again, reminds me of before I could see black folk hair. Like, there were lots of times where I was around black folk and their hair was covered. Like, that's another layer to this. It's like being able to be around a black person and them even show you their natural hair. Like, that's another layer to this combo. It's like some folks really think some black folks are hiding their hair because they don't like it. But I think another layer to this is if there's an active concern, if there's an active threat against you and your hair is a signifier of your blackness and people hate blackness, why would you not protect yourself seemingly preemptively? Again, it's the way that I think instead of looking down on people for wearing wigs and weaves, we should ask ourselves, why the fuck do we not see black hair in the mainstream? Why black hair isn't seemingly professional? We have to ask, what does professional mean? We have to ask them to define the words that they're trying to use to say that this is not how black folks should be. Because again, the issue can't be black hair. The issue can never be hair that is naturally found on your head. It must be the mindset and the socialization. Again, the ways that we said that, someone said this earlier, I believe it was Marie. It's the way that like the system actually has to shift, not black people. Like I said, it's the way that I used to think like black people had to behave a certain way to survive in this world. And now I'm holding that that's not true, that never was true, that it was always on this world to raise their standards. And so when you say it like that, then does anybody black feel terrible about how the world is going? Does anybody black feel complicit? Fuck no. How could you be? How could you ever be? If the world literally created humanity and left you out. If this is humanity and they left you out, what does humanity really mean? It's the way I'd never heard that before, but now I actually can't unsee it. I can't unsee the way that humanity is debatable. And again, when I'm saying things that white people want to hear, that's when I'm a human. I think that's what fucked me up for so long. Knowing that I was seen as a human at some point. At some point, I experienced humanity. And then I lost it. And I didn't realize I was losing it. I didn't realize like radicalization was part of me losing it. And again, I never really lost humanity. I never really lost anything, right? If anything, I gained. If anything, I gained information, intelligence. I gained intelligence. But it's the way that white supremacy wants me to see myself as having lost humanity. Again, it's the way that I'm talking about it. It's the way that humanity was never promised to me, and yet I still had it. And that is the reality of being a mixed person, especially in proximity to a white person. It's the way the system don't want to kill nobody white. And if you're around white people, you're not going to die. Or you think you won't. You might die in other ways, though. I think that's the thing. It's like you don't get to be fully alive. No. Because as soon as I'm finding my agency, as soon as I'm telling white people they're treating me poorly, as soon as I'm telling them how to raise the standards for our relationship, is when I find that a lot of them decide we'll never really be friends, we'll never really be close, we'll never really be anything, because I'm not human and they are. So that's what I'm sitting with today. I'm sitting with cussing out a cop. I'm pretty sure the cop was who called me back, but I don't care. I don't care. I'm gonna use my socialized whiteness as much as possible, bitch. If I gotta cry and scream and act a fool for them to give a fuck, that's what I'm gonna do. But again, I just want to hold that like I didn't realize that was a part of performance and whiteness. I didn't realize that. I really thought white tears, Karen tears. I didn't think it could apply to me. But I'm holding that like when I cry, bitch, things change. They do. When I scream, like that cop was honestly disturbed. I could tell I disturbed him. I could tell the way I screamed at him, the way I told him that he killed me. I told him, I was like, you killed me. I was like, you killed everything. I was like, you're killing people. And again, I know some people might think that that's too much, but I don't think so. I think as soon as a white man who has a gun and can kill anyone tells me that racism is not a fucking crime, I think that's when death happens. And again, I know some folks might think that I'm being hyperbolic, but I disagree. I think what he's telling me is that unless he sees somebody white with a gun or a knife, he'll never think anything's happening. And the amount of harm that you have to experience before the white person even kills you. The amount of anti-blackness you experience before the death moment, you know, it's just like, fuck. Like, you really expect a lot. Oh, I'm crying. Not a dog. You're funny as hell. I just thank y'all for letting me process this shit out, because I've honestly been like unwell for like months about this. Like I'm literally so angry. Like the way I was screaming at that police officer just like pissed me the fuck off on another level, because again, I've experienced humanity. I've experienced saying that someone was racist. Bless you. I experienced hearing that someone was I experienced racism and told someone and it mattered. I've told someone before someone was anti-black and it mattered. That's why I'm so fucking mad. Because again, I know that I've lost humanity in this world, and I've lost it in interpersonal relationships. Like I've seen a white person decide I was worthy of death. I've seen them change and say I'm nothing now. I've seen it. And so again, just a cop telling me that on the phone just had me like, well, and you're not even on the beat, you bitch. And the cop not even on the fucking beat. The cop is not even on the beat. He's a phone cop, and he could not even inspire any hope. What the fuck? Man, and even the idea of inspiring hope. Fuck. We all miss Obama, bitch. I've seen people drag the shit out of Obama recently, and it's so funny. It's like he already did his job. He eroded what the fuck black men. That was the whole point of him. That's why he can slither away. That's why he doesn't have to do a damn thing now. Again, it's the way that I see so clearly how mixed people are supposed to be moving. We're supposed to be fucking ops, like we're supposed to be socialized to be ops, like we are. Have to be. Have to be. I've literally never met any mixed people that like acknowledge like that we're ops. Like I never meet them. Like as soon as I start talking to other mixed people, they get mad at me. And I'm like, oh shit. Fuck. And again, it's just like I want to be in right relationship. I don't want to be operating like I don't hear what's being said. But it doesn't matter. What up, AAA mommy? I hope you're doing well. But yeah, no. Again, I'm just like sitting with the fact that I know people think that the DEI rollbacks like were not significant, but I think it more so acknowledges that like you know some shit feels like it was just symbolic, but it really wasn't. I know they want you to believe only white women benefited from DEI. They didn't. And even saying that, what a dog whistle. Again, it's the way that we're not supposed to care now because white women, they're playing in our fucking face, bitch. The colonizer is not to be played with, bitch. The cracker is the master is masterful, bitch. It's the way all this AI, bitch, they sucking up all the information and they spitting it back out at us, bitch. They really doing an operation of confusion, bitch, and chaos. And it's so masterful. So masterful. The way they got people thinking, well, it only affected white women, so why should we care? Nope. I'm seeing that in real time. I'm seeing people say it only affected trans people. Who gives a fuck? It's the way I've been hearing about black folks getting their houses broken into. It's the way ICE raids are not limited to the black folk or to the fucking to the indigenous or the fucking undocumented. It's the way that like Latino not a race, y'all. Like it's the way Latino not a race. Woo! It's the way Latino not a race. It's the way that Mexican not a race. It's the way Puerto Rican not a race. Shit, bitch. It's the way that they call this shit rich port, bitch. I'm from the port of riches. Oh, bitch. Again, I know I'm just making this motherfucking video just to make it because again, if anything should happen to me, bitch, I talked to Officer Shalabi, bitch. That's all I got, bitch. He said his badge number is 150. I said that's all the numbers, and he cut me off. So I'm just putting that out there, bitch. I'm making this video partly because I need to have community in this moment, and also because witnesses, bitch. Because my God. Like I don't want to believe I could die off of fucking being candid with a white person or a Middle Eastern person, however they identify, rather. But you really never know, bitch. Like people, like I said, this fucking country runs off fear and shame. And let somebody white feel fear or shame. It's the way he said Middle Eastern with a good heart too, bitch. And it's the way that I've just been learning to hear my people. My people say so many different words. Us mixed people say so many different words to say, I'm mixed. I'm a whole mixed person. I have no understanding of anti-blackness. I have no understanding of white supremacy. I actually have to read. It's the way my people will not say that. It's the way they'll see a black grandmother and say they're black. It's the way they'll see a black father and say they're black. It's a way they'll tell people they're black, even when they know black biracial is not, it's oxymoron. You can't be black and biracial. But it's the way people will say that. Yeah. I gotta keep it up because again, I just feel like I'm living a life where like I'm partly living a whole life, but I'm also partly like leaving clues behind for my fucking descendants, like for my nieces, for my cousins, like, you know, I got white passings in my family, I got quadroons, octoroons in my family. I'm leaving this content up for them because one day they're gonna be old enough to ask more questions. I pray. I pray they wonder what happened to their big fat cousin that was fucking nice to them. I pray they wonder. I pray they wonder. I pray they do some Googling and some digging, because it's the way some of my cousins don't found me and are talking to me, and it's just so funny because it's like, damn, we don't even live in the same continent. We don't even live in the same place. But you got more love for me than bitches that knew me my whole life. Like, that is crazy. But it's not. We have more in common, bitch. They were abandoned too. Fuck. All my ancestors on that island, they don't want to be there either, bitch. And it's not because they don't love where they live. It's because of white supremacy. It's the way whiteness has stolen so much. And people just act like it don't matter no more. Like, it's the way we live in the age of Aquarius, and people want to forget the history. And that's why I love Aquarius energy. That's why I'm so grateful to be alive in this time. So fucking grateful, bitch. Cause that's the thing about Aquarius. Like, I want to just send a little bit of love to my Aquas. I know we in your season right now, bitch. We deep in the season right now. We deep in it. But it's just the way Aqua is like, yeah, okay. And then it's the reason why they're called the water bearer. It's the reason why they got the strength of the oldest motherfucker and the craziest motherfucker. And again, it's the way we all, most of us, because the age started in 2011. Keep that in mind. 2011 was when the age started. It started in number 4. 2011, 2 plus 1 plus 1, that's 4. Okay, keep that in mind. We started the new motherfucking era, the new age. Ages last like 2,500 years about. So most of us here today, probably not 13 years old, 14 years old. So keep that in mind. If you're under 14 years old, you were born in this age. But if you're older than 14, you were born and raised in the age of Pisces. That's why some of y'all can't give up some of the things y'all think, because you still so caught up in believing what someone told you. And that's why some people can't take in new information. It's not even just about learning is hard. It's like replacing your belief system is fucking hard. Like believing that, I at any point was like able, like at some point I really thought like having access to white ancestry meant I could befriend white people in a particular way. I used to really think that like my access to whiteness was a way to like connect with white people. How could I believe that and now believe that whiteness is a dehumanizing socialization that white people have taken on because it meant that someone else was less? They took on whiteness because it meant that they had power. They did not take on whiteness because they wanted to take on whiteness because whiteness was the best. It wasn't. They knew it wasn't. And that's the other part about white supremacy. They saw better than themselves and they decided to lie. That is why like this world looks like this. They've been lying forever about who's better, who's really a human. No one is. Humanity not real. Even the concept, who man? The men were obsessed with themselves, clearly. The way language literally is so man-centric. His story, bitch. His story. It's wild. And I see people thinking that to correct it, we need a matriarchy, and I disagree. I do not believe the opposite of patriarchy is matriarchy. I don't believe that. I believe the opposite of patriarchy is sovereignty, is believing that we all have intrinsic worth, is knowing that we don't need a dog or a master, knowing that we don't need a cop, knowing that we don't need to be dominated in order to perform or behave well. We don't need to be surveilled. We don't need to be beaten. No one needs to be better or worse. We can all be in harmony. That is such a threat to whiteness because whiteness needs hierarchy. It refuses to be equal because truly, internally, it feels less. That is the whole point of this, is to make you feel less too. Chris R, tell me more. Tell me more. Tell me more. You said you're afraid for Aries season. That's gonna drag all the people that need dragging. I mean, Aries season is also the true new year. So I think about how Aries season is actually like the time where like we actually are getting that renewed energy back. Like if you think about it, like once we're in fucking Libra season, October. I mean, I feel like September to me feels summery sometimes. This year, September felt summery. But going from Leo season to Virgo season, like that transition from the sun just so fucking hot and vibrant, and then the way that you get that little cool breeze in August, like knowing that the cold is coming, knowing the sun's not out as much, knowing the sun is kind of, it's kind of trying to figure out how much time it can really devote to lighting our world. It's still trying to figure out, like, are we moving down yet? Not quite, but we're starting that transition. Then once we get to that motherfucking Scorpio season, excuse me, we get that Libra season, get to that Scorpio season, start. The sun is just leaving us, and it's darker outside and it's colder outside, and just the way that our bones, just we feel them so much stronger in the winter. And again, the ways we're drinking soup, the ways that we're putting on the heat, the ways that we're bundling up, the ways that our skin, our lips, our hair dries, like all of the ways that like we're actually being taught by nature to shut the fuck up and sit down. And the ways that like this Gemini president is like going nuts. And like again, it's a time of rest. This is truly the time of rest. This is truly the time of rest. That's why Saturn is still here with us. You know what I mean? Saturn was like, look, we here, and we're gonna spill over a little bit into the next one too, bitch. We're not done. So again, it's the way that we're literally supposed to just be like resting, leaning, lingering, staying too long. Is pussy really short for pusillanimous? Is that true? That sounds like misinformation, bitch. Hold on, I got a computer. Hold up. I'm over here acting like I only got one source of information. Hold on one second. It came from the Old Norse pus or pusa, meaning pocket or purse. Chris R, how dare you? I'm the only one allowed to spread misinformation here. Don't do it. I'm already doing a lot. History, origin of word, yeah. Let's just look it up right now. From the Greek word histor, learned wise man. Bitch, how dare you? Not I was right, and I didn't even realize I was all the way right. But bitch, come on. You hear the material? His story. Learned wise man. Come on. And it went from histor to historia, meaning inquiry, narrative, account. Love you. I'm so grateful for the internet. I really be helping the hoes out here. I'm the hose. But yeah, no, actually, like I said, people thinking that things are not a male-based word, or like the men weren't writing all the shit down. Yes, they were, bitch. Like that's the thing. Like think about it. We have to like literally, like, in history, we're always talking to men about our rights. Like it's so crazy. And it's the way that black cis men have actively been kept out of motherfucking higher places because hello, like it's a patriarchy. They can't have no black man up there. It's a white male patriarchy, by the way, white male hetero patriarchy. They really can't have black male representation. Really can't. Really can't. They're literally creating a lie with misrepresentation. Like that's why we see Jasmine Crockett up there, the only black woman willing to say some shit. Because hello, at this point, I'm just grateful for her because she's not about to play with these white people. I'm so grateful for her, but at the same time, I'm so sad because again, it's the way that the world that we live in hates black people, and it's the way that a black woman sharing intelligence in a way that is exciting. She's not. She's using AAVE because she did call this white bitch bad built Becky or some shit like that, a wrestler built or some shit. Again, it's the way that like AAVE in the middle of a congressional hearing. I'm grateful, but I'm also like, bitch, this is a spectacle. Like at the end of the motherfucking day, like this how you know this shit don't matter. Like I hate to say that, but it's the truth. It's the way that like, and I'm not saying it's devalued because she's there. What I'm saying is, bitch, when have you ever heard AAVE in a motherfucking congressional court? You haven't, and that's what I'm saying. It's like it's we in the end of history, bitch. We at the end of motherfucking history. And so, like, the ways in which, like, she is performing is based on how these white people are performing. These white people are being anti-black and overtly motherfucking demonic. And so she's absolutely not going to respond to them as a professional, respond to them in some way that maybe she's been socialized to be responded to. And again, it's the way that she is not performing for them. And they are absolutely performing for themselves. And so the ways that, like, they have not figured out what to do. And so, therefore, what they're going to continue to do is show her as unprofessional, despite the fact that, like, she's responding to unprofessionalism. Or she did call her a butch body. But again, it's the way that, like, let a black person respond to anti-blackness with the same amount of disrespect, if not less. Because let's be real, call her bad built and shit like that. It's like, that's nothing. You just tried to bring up her eyelashes. Like, again, it's the way people be making fun of black women's eyelashes. Like, are y'all okay? Are y'all really okay? Like, I really be worried about people, bullies. Honestly, one year my uncle stole somebody's video game system for me for Christmas, and I'm hella grateful for him. I actually reached out to him on Facebook, and I was like, "Hey, remember that year that you came by with the Nintendo 64 and that game you had stole? Yeah, that was a great Christmas." And he literally was crying. He was like, "I'm so glad y'all had a good Christmas." He's like, "That's all I wanted," and I was like, "Damn." I know my uncle probably felt shitty for like stealing, probably, but he made my day, bitch. Sure did. Again, it's some kids that wouldn't get shit unless their mama stole. So that's where I'm at this point. Look, listen. He already went to jail for a bunch of stuff, bitch. Like, what's a video game system actually? You know what I mean? Um. Oh, Baba Booey. You know what, Baba Booey? You better come through and talk your shit. Cause I believe it. That white lady. I can't. I'm blanking on her name. Let me look her up. Cause I'm not gonna just keep calling her that white lady. Bad Bill. I'm screaming. Yo, she has merch. Jasmine Crockett has merch. Bleach Blonde and Bad Bill. Butch Body. Oh, and she has gender neutral. I love it. With the Japanese games. Again, I'll never be able to beat that version of Mario. But that's okay. I didn't have to beat Mario. I just needed to play it a little bit and sit down, and relax. Um, Damn, bitch. It's the way I want to buy this shirt. I actually want the hoodie, bitch, because you already know I'm going to get some mileage out that bitch. But damn. I mean, and see, that's the thing about it is like, the laws are not for them. The laws are for us. That's also why I'm gonna shout out Harlots again because I love that show so much. There's a lot of white people. I'm gonna be real with you. The show is very Caucasian. The show has more black folks towards like the third season, but I feel like the storyline once you get to the third season, I feel like that's another little spoiler alert is that there's some things that happen in the third season that are actually so upsetting that I don't know if everybody gonna stick with it. I'm gonna be real. I actually stopped watching the show for a little bit and I forgot why. And I got to that episode, season 3, episode 3, bitch, is where I stopped watching. And I'm watching again and Low-key, I want to do a Harlots watch party because if anybody wanted to watch Harlots together, I feel like I would start it over again just for y'all. But again, I feel like I didn't just come here to cry about fucking cussing out a cop and like slightly being afraid of that cop being mad at me. A retaliating bitch because honestly, sweets, like I think the cops will overreact for less personally. But with that being said, um, there's a Discord server called People Online Who Want to Talk, and I've started it. And so I did cuss out a cop. I did drag the shit out of him. And I'm kind of slightly afraid about it, but I'm really hoping that he has my old address and thinks I still live there. Like, I didn't live in this place when I was working at that place, so I think I might be okay, but he's still a fucking cop, bitch. He can still fight me, probably. I'm hoping not. I'm hoping not, bitch. I'm really hoping that he just lets it go. Well, who knows? But yeah, like I was saying though, there is a Discord server. It's called People Online Who Want to Talk. The whole point of it is just to create a space online for people who like maybe like are not as engaged in public. Maybe you're not feeling as safe as you want to feel. Maybe you do go out in public and you want to like hang out with people. I've totally like had lunch and like done a live or hung out with people and had the live running. I think sometimes like being social and being online can feel, again, it can feel really isolating. Like we can want to hang out with people on the internet and not know how. And so my idea is that like it's a way to stream games. Like if you're someone who plays video games, I don't think Noe is here today, but I know Noe plays Noeyplays comes here sometimes, and they may want to play some video games, and people might want to hang out and watch. I know that there's group video games called Jackbox. I don't know if folks are aware of that, but there's a way to play Jackbox games online. There's also a way to play many games online through Discord. So I'm also considering that there may be some black femmes or some folks of color who are maybe not gamers typically, but you like a good time. You know, you like to sit around and hang out with people. And so maybe you'll just be in the audience, because that's another thing too. There can be people that just want to hang out with people hanging out. You don't necessarily want to be talking to every damn body. That's okay too. You don't have to speak up if you're not feeling it yet. You don't have to tell everybody all your business. That's okay. You can just be someone that hangs out. But the whole thought of it is there's times where I want to show y'all stuff, and like as y'all know, I have like a Roku TV from this like trans man who feels bad that he wronged me, and so I'm gonna keep it, bitch, obviously. But I feel like it's not the best setup for streaming, and so I think streaming through Discord, I could like show you a lot of stuff that I couldn't show you from my TV. I can also show you websites. I can also show you articles and things like that, and so can you. That's another cool part of this, is that like it's not just me being the orchestrator of anything. If somebody is in the room and wants to show something, they can easily show it to us at the same time. And so there's a way to, again, communicate and share things that we haven't been able to as people. And I think that's why Discord is actually such a really cool idea, because we're able to have audio and chat and video in real time, or one or the other or the other. And so if you want to start a Discord channel for yourself, I hope you do. It's free. It's free. And so all you need to do is make a Discord account and invite your friends. And there you go. You can make a channel about anything. You can make a channel where all you do in there is talk shit about certain things. Like I definitely feel like my desire is to get things started with like the one channel, but at some point someone might want to have a channel where we just talk shit about dating sites, where we take screenshots of like online dating situations that are bizarre, maybe dating profiles. I know some people be doing that. I personally have seen some strange ones recently, and I would be into that if folks were into that. But also maybe a channel for poetry, some good poems that we've heard, that we've listened to, that we want to share. Maybe a channel for music, some good songs that we've heard, maybe new artists that we've found out about that we want to share with each other. Maybe you write a poem, maybe you write a song, maybe you want to share with us. Again, it's a way for you to share without having to sit there and wait for reactions. There's comments that you can leave on stuff, people can leave you messages, but it's kind of like being in a more closed Facebook group, if that makes sense, where at any time you can get on there and start talking. You can record anything that you say on there if you wanted as well, if you're not ready to sit in real time with your feelings and want other people to just listen to you in the future. So this is what I'm trying to offer. It's like, it's definitely not something that I think everyone's gonna like, but I do think that there's gonna be people who find this platform really helpful when it comes to making a group of people that are maybe wanting to start going dumpstering. Maybe you want to start, doing some direct actions. Maybe you want to be more covert. You'd be able to talk through there, and it's encrypted, so that's another thing too. And so you're able to talk about literally anything without it being recorded, unless you want it to be recorded. So, with that being said, please make a Discord. My Discord name is Yu-Gi-Oh, YUGIH 0E. And so if you add me, I will message you back. So far, I've just been trying to ask people, like, who are you? Who are you? What's the motivation for wanting to enter the group? Most people were just like, hey, I'm on the YouTube. I like what you be saying. I want to kick it. But also I want to say, if you didn't like what I was saying and you still want to kick it, that's okay. I just want to be candid that, like, I don't want to know who you are to, like, expose you or be shitty to you. I just want to make sure that, like, if something goes left, we know who you were. You feel me? Like, we just want to know, like, okay, like, we had a situation where maybe Brianna was, dysregulated, and, like, she might have left the group. She may want to come back. We just want to know, like, if Brianna comes back, we might want to have a conversation. I'm trying to think about this. I'm trying to think about conflicts we could be having in the future. Because I usually don't think about that. I usually am the person that's like, press gas, press go. And I'm not thinking, oh, but we can hit somebody. But we could actually make a wrong turn. Do we have a map? Do we have snacks? I'm trying to just pay attention before I actually put everybody all together, because my desire is that, like, my desire is people online who want to talk. There are people that want to talk in the group. Again, if you don't want to talk, that's okay. But the group being called People Online That Want to Talk is just a preliminary idea. It doesn't mean that we got to stay keeping it that. And also, if folks decide that at some point they want to create channels that matter to them, I hope you do. My desire is just that, Maybe there's some people in here who know some other anime folk. I don't know. But again, maybe you'll make your own space one day, and the Discord channel that you're in here will just be one of many that you're in. That's my thought process. Is like, this is just like a gateway into you getting into Discord. But once you're in Discord, maybe you'll realize, I want to be somewhere else. I want to create one myself. I want to get, all of the, queer fat folk together. I want to get all of the luxury black girlies together, whatever the case may be. Like, just a space for you to create a channel where you can talk about things that really matter to you. And when I got back on my Discord, I noticed that I actually am, like, connected to, like, many groups. Like, I want to say in particular, I'm part of one called After Mathematics Research Cabal. I don't remember what the fuck this was about. Okay. Yeah, I don't really know what this club is about. I'm gonna be real. Like, I'm reading what it says, but it's saying that it's located in a secret basement underneath the Slice of Life Pizzeria. I'm just like, wait, I think this might be like a Sims group or something. Maybe. I'm not sure, bitch. Let me look at, like, the channels that they have in it. All right, there's a community hall, there's a voice chat. Oh, there's one called the Black Lodge. I wonder. Oh, let me get up out of here. I done got into the fucking text in the text chat. There's a part of me that wonders if this is like, okay, there's mutual aid in this group as well. Okay, I really don't know what it all is. There's events in this one. Okay, that's so fascinating. There's a movie night in this one. Again, I have not been on Discord for a while, so I'm a part of this cabal of people that have movie nights. There's people gaming. There's apparently a discussion about Great Mambo Chicken and the transhuman condition. I don't know what the fuck that's about. Again, I'm interested in mambo sauce though, low key. I'm also interested in going to Chicago for wet food. That's unrelated to everything, but I just want to put that out there. Also, let me wait. Golden Apple Tavern, cancel. All right, I'm gonna get up out of here. I'm gonna get up out of this group. Actually, see, I'm fucking old as hell. Like, I'm not sure how the fuck to like leave. I don't know how to leave this voice channel, but I'm gonna just tell you this other one I'm in. All right, this other one I'm in is called Too Scroned, and the picture is of one of the RuPaul's Race drag queens. I can't remember which one, but like, yeah, I literally can't remember which one, but she has like a wig like pressed on the back of her head. Like it looks really hilarious. But oh, okay. Actually, in retrospect, I now know what this is. I now remember this is a chat that I was brought into by a bunch of like white gay people. No shade, but that's what this is. There's one called Sim Realist, and this one is for people who love Sims and like download a lot of mods for Sims. Like Sim people have Discords. Then there's also one that I'm in called Kindred Spirits. The server is focusing on helping and supporting those who have had a relationship breakup. And so that was the whole point. But now they're asking me to verify my identity to be in there. So some groups will want to know more about you before they let you in. Obviously, this one is like, hey, bitch, even though you've been in here since 2021, we don't know who the fuck you are, which is real. Then there's also one that I was in where there were a bunch of like fat black folk who were on this app or this website called Phoebe, Feabie. It's racist and they suck. But you could make some money on there maybe. I don't know, bitch. I don't know. If you don't, I'm sorry. If you do, kudos. 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 That's all I got. But yeah, there were a bunch of black people on there being like, yo, there are no black people on here. And so they made their own Discord server called BB, Black Phoebe, basically. And so I got invited into it. I was hella grateful, but it did not last very long. But there is one cute ass dude who was in there last year, Faisal. I'm about to add him as a friend. Merci. Anyways, but yeah, like I said, there's a lot of stuff on Discord. There's a lot of different servers, a lot of cool stuff. Like I'm sure there's probably like servers for things that you think nobody will care about. You know, like things that you think nobody will care about. I want to find a harlot server, honestly, but there's a part of me that wonders what that would look like. I might just stick to the Reddit, bitch. Buddha Bob Canadian tuxedo. I'm screaming. I'm screaming. I still wonder what happened to him, bitch. His Ohio ass. I've just decided that like men from Ohio are off limits. I'll never do that again. I'll never do that again. Ooh, bitch. Before I go, I want to play something for you. I want to play a little something for you.
White, I'm sure you have an opinion.
Here I go.
White, I'm sure you have an opinion on the topic, and I don't know virtually anyone in this room. White, I'm sure you have an opinion on the topic, and I don't know virtually anyone in this room. And yet I am confident to say the following. If you are white and you have not devoted years of sustained study, struggle, and focus on this topic, your opinions are necessarily limited, superficial, and uninformed. Wow, how can I say that when I don't even know you? I mean, maybe you've been to Costa Rica. Maybe you have multiracial nieces and nephews. Maybe you were in Teach for America. I can say it because nothing in dominant culture gives us the information we would need to have an informed opinion on arguably the most complex, nuanced social dilemma for the last several hundred years. For example, you can get through graduate school in this country without ever discussing racism, can you not? You can get through teacher education in this country without ever discussing racism. And if you're in a progressive teacher education program, you'll have one required course, multicultural of some sort. But that doesn't mean you'll be discussing racism. You might just be talking about how to introduce ethnic authors in February. Okay? You can get through law school. You can be seen as qualified to lead anything virtually. Right? So the first challenge for those of us who are white is humility.
Racism has been explained in human history for centuries, but
listen, this content creator's name is Historical Africa. I just recently subscribed. I've not seen all their content, but they're basically sharing this from a white professor, and I'm sharing the post because I'm not about to have you sit up here for 33 minutes and listen to this, but I am sharing the post in my community tab. I'm hoping that people take time to listen to it, but this white professor has been saying what she's saying. And even I'll go a step further and say, even if you're spending years and years and years devoted to unlearning and decolonizing, you can't do it alone. And that's something that I wanted to say too earlier is like, none of us are getting to this information alone. A lot of us are listening, are we not? Like we're living in community right now, so much so. And yet it makes it seem like we're alone because we're watching all these people from our phones. And I think that's why the Discord may help kind of pull people out of like the idea that like they're just a passenger in this life. Like you're not, like you're actively a part of it. And again, the ways that you do all these things to survive this, how are you introducing joy? How are you introducing community support? Like there needs to be like events happening on the Discord probably to process like trauma. And again, like not having that access regularly or even using my access online to like be candid about anti-blackness. I'm sure in ways like I've been outspoken in a way that did not make people feel like it was genuine or like, wow, I can't believe like you're still upset about anti-blackness. I've had people say things to me like, you don't realize like you're always going to be under attack, so you have to preemptively protect yourself. And again, it's the way that no, I wasn't told that. So I'm trying to hold that like I'm what happens when you leave the brown babies with the white lady. I'm what happens when you trust that that white woman's brown father is enough black representation for the baby to get through. Like I'm what happens when like people tell you that you're black but you're not. And when people reinforce that blackness is kinky hair, wider nose, thicker lips, that's it. It's the way that people will see me and not think twice about including me in blackness. And again, it's the way that I have to actually push back on that. And the ways that I have to hold that the reason why I didn't want to was because I started to realize that that was the only community I thought I had at some point. And now I have to hold that like it's on me to create community with folks who want to be in community with me. It's never going to be me being able to just like show up somewhere and just be supported. I actually have to go out of my way and name myself and also find folk that, maybe they're not there yet. Maybe they're kind of there. Maybe they're questioning. Like, I want us to remember that there are some people that are going to ask us some really good questions that we're not the person to ask. We're not the person to ask. Great question, but can't help you. And unfortunately, there are a lot of white people who have to be told, like, here's this book, like it's like you're not ready for a convo. That's hard. It's hard to say that when like I know some people are not wanting to be mammies and be fucking black magical figures to these white folk. I get it. But I'm trying to think in the spirit of harm reduction. Like I don't want to spend all my life telling white people what's wrong. There's people writing books about this. But I'm also hoping that in the space that is created on Discord, we can start having conversations that maybe feel like they haven't been had yet. Maybe conversations that I could never broach. I could never bring it up. I could never be the one who was the genesis. And going back to Buddha Bob, I'm going to be real with you. I feel like when I was being a sex worker, I feel like I really was thinking like, I'm going to be with one of these men. Like, because in my mind, I'm like, bitch, they like a fat bitch that be eating. They like fat bitches that be eating. In my mind, that was the most dangerous website for me to be on. Because in my mind, I'm like, bitch, like I naturally like to eat and relax. That's the kink. The kink is like a fat bitch that relaxes. A fat bitch that says, give me money for food. Is this a trick? Is this a trick? Like, I literally like, couldn't even believe. I was like, wait, there's a kink where men love it when you tell them, give me your money for food? Give me your money to spoil myself? I'm sorry. I didn't know that was a thing. So yeah, Buddha Bob being on there acting a fool. Yeah, I didn't expect for him to pop out that way. But yeah, he is bipolar, he does have depression. That still doesn't add up why he was being so caustic towards me. Like he was very angry with me. And again, in retrospect, I feel like he was very angry because I think he thought that he could buy me some hamburgers and I'll be his girlfriend. And it's like, girl, why the fuck would I be your girlfriend when I could get hamburgers from anybody? It's hamburgers out here. You're not the only hamburger in town. And that's why he was so mad. Because he was like, wait, I'm a white man who's sending you money and you ain't trying to do nothing with that? No, because you also acted a damn fool every fucking damn day. And again, I'm not trying to dismiss the fact that he's bipolar, but he was not on his medication. He was definitely not on his medication. He was only smoking weed. I didn't even deal with him. He was a client. He was sending me money, and then one day he got mad because he thought I was gonna be his girlfriend, and I was like, no. And he was hurt. He was like, bitch, I know I didn't spend $500 to hamburgers to hear a no. And I'm like, well, bitch, I didn't know you was buying hamburgers to get a yes. I thought you was buying hamburgers out the kindness of your heart. Like, I thought you just like to see a bitch happy. I just thought you like to see a bitch happy. But no. But again, he wanted to be with me off of spending some money. And I was like, sir, I will never, first of all, I'll never go back to Ohio. Second of all, you're not that cute. Like, he was just a tall white man. That's it. And I think he thought he was really fine. Like, and also, I just, he was a white man from Ohio trying to be a rapper. I feel like I don't need to be involved in that. You know, he was from the mountain of Caucasus. You know, he was a white, Ohio white bitch, trying to be a rapper. I couldn't do it. It was hard enough that he would try to like make me listen to his music as a part of the sex work shit. Like that's the thing about sex work people don't tell you. It like not all sex work is literally sex. Some of it, a lot of it, is giving a man some attention. They're paying for attention and the power to say what kind they get. They're paying to know exactly what they're going to get from a woman. That's what they're paying for. They're paying to get exactly what they want. And that man was paying to get me. I didn't realize that. And that's why I don't like the sprinkle lady. Cause she don't tell sex workers real shit. She don't tell like cause that's the thing. Once you tell a woman to change her body, she literally told people with type 4 hair to fucking change their hair to get men to give them money. Once you tell me I have to perform to get something from a man, you're telling me to be a sex worker. Like I'm working my sex. That's what sex work is, bitch. It's not about physical sex. It's about women being degraded as a category and working that category of sexuality and sex. It's working your sexual organ, working the sexual markers of placement in the way that behavior is supposed to be. Like what men pay for sex work, they're paying for all types of shit. There's men that pay for a bitch to hold them like a baby. Swear. There's men that will pay you to hold them like a baby and let them suck on your dry titty. Swear. Swear. It's some men that pay bitches to induce milk. There's men that pay bitches that can have milky titties to fucking let them drink their titty milk. Swear. You can buy pills to make your titties start to milk. Swear. Absolutely not xenomorph, but thank you for asking. Again, sex workers need money too. Sex workers need money too. But yeah, again, he is depressed because he's in Ohio. Also, his family racist. Like, that's the thing about it. Like, people be acting like white people so depressed for no reason. Bitch, think about it. Wouldn't you be depressed if your whole fucking lineage was, was motherfucking anti-black and you don't know how to talk to anybody of color? You ever think about that? I think that's one of the reasons why they're so depressed. Like, they're scared as fuck. They're so scared. They're so scared. Bitch, it's the way this white man hit me up and was like, I've never experienced an exotic woman before and I'd like to. First message, swear. Also invited me to a concert as a +1. Don't even know the concert name. It doesn't matter. He's letting me know what he wants. Company and non-black pussy. Again, it's the way that a lot of these white men will just tell me straight up, like, hey, I actually need you to be a sex worker for me right now. I'm actually looking for sex work. It's the way a man will just tell me, like, hey, I got a blunt. Want to come through? It's the way that, like, they'd be like, what are you trying to do on here? And I always tell them the same shit. I'm trying to get spoiled and tricked on. And they block me. It's funny as hell, but I don't care, bitch. I'm on there to rob these men. I already told Dane. I was like, as soon as I find one, I was like, meet me at the restaurant. Come pick me up. I'm taking the food to go. I mean, referring to people as exotic on a dating app where, like, you're just trying to fuck, it's the way that, like, I am just a yellow pussy. It's the way I'm just a yellow pussy, bitch. And I have to just hold that. Like, it's the way some men look at me and they just see me as a yellow pussy. It's the way some men see me and they're like, ooh, a baby with maybe good hair. Bitch. It's the way some people see me and they're not nice to me. They're trying to get me to fuck them. They're trying to get me to allow them to fuck me. For real. It's the truth. It's the truth. It's the way that as soon as I wear my natural hair out, it's the way all that exotical shit stops. It's the way that, like, it's the way that one of my exes told me that when she swiped on me, she thought I was Latin. She said then she seen the braids and she knew what I was. And it was funny as hell because it was just like, wow. It's like, it's the way that in real time, this black woman is letting me know, like, I thought you was a different race. And so when I swiped on you, I thought you were going to have an accent. But then I seen your box braids and I knew that you were a part of the black community. So I stopped exotifying you. Again, it's the way that I'm exotic until... And then it's the way that, like, if you're exotic, the way that, like, they're so, like, it's the way that the tone changes. It's the way that they be so interested and invested. Like, bitch, I used to use a British accent in New Orleans, and sweetie, it's the way people were so nice to me, bitch. I would just be lying, bitch, because it's like, girl, once I say I'm from America, once you see my natural hair, you're about to actually treat me like shit. So yeah, I'm gonna keep talking like this. Yeah, from Hertfordshire, from Glasgow, whatever. Absolutely. It is crazy, but at the same time, that's what it is to be a mixed person. It's to never be in the room all the way. Like, you're never all the way in the room, and it's because you don't know what they think about you. Again, I used to go into the room thinking I could be cool with everybody. Over time, I start realizing, oh, no, I'm not able to be in the room with you. Because as soon as I speak, you're wondering where I went to school. You're asking what I do for work. You're asking where I'm from. You're at, like, again, people ask certain questions to figure out how to treat you, where to place you. And it's the way that if you're not, like, moving, like, a certain way, and even if you are a bitch, like, let them think that you're above them. Let them ever envy you. You're in danger. Who tells anyone that? And it's the way I see black women talk about it all the time. But it's like, who tells them? How did they learn? Meryl Streep, that's the truth. That's what it is. That's what I'm trying to say. It's like, once I advocate really hard, like once I go into how this is anti-black, that's when I lose that whatever they were, that fetishizing, that exotification. Like once I acknowledge like I am not the most marginalized, once I acknowledge that there are people that are being harmed by this discussion, by this way of thinking, and I want to be candid, the person who said this to me had mixed people in their family, had mixed ancestry for sure, and their parent was the darker one in the family. So there's a part of me that feels like there are layers to this conversation as well, that like some people have mixed ancestry and it's being flattened by other family members. And so when they talk to people, you know, it's like she basically told me she thought I had good hair. Like that's basically what it was. You feel me? And with that being said, it's the way that she thought my wig was my hair. And she thought she was going to get a certain experience with me. And it's the way that I had to find out that she had an expectation. And it's the way that that's what my life has been. And again, it's also why I stopped wearing as much like weaves and wigs, because again, it's the way that I had to do a reveal. And I feel like I talked about this before, but it was really killing me to have to like take my weave off. Like that shit was actually stressing me the fuck out. Because again, noticing how people treated me picture to picture on a dating app, I'm like, girl, none of these pictures have my natural hair. Who knows how they're gonna be? And so again, until I was like in my mid-20s, I didn't realize that there were people that could switch up on me because of how I looked. At that point, I'd only had really one partner, and like he knew about my wigs. He bought it. He was there with me when I discovered lace fronts. Like that's the thing. My first partner was with me the day that I found out about lace fronts. So he watched me go from straightening my hair a lot and wearing tracks and having glue damage to putting a wig on. Like he went from dating a bitch that had to like comb glue out of her fucking hair. So yeah, I'm sure in some ways he's like, this is a better idea. But again, it's the way that the wig, you get locked into it. Because it's like once you start wearing it a lot, again, it's the way that people treat you. And I hate the discourse coming out about how like wearing certain textures makes those people more attractive. When even if you're thinking about it like that, like can we hold that like those people were already propagandized as more important, that like nobody black could make their situation worse, but yet there's this idea that black folks again have to change their behavior to be safer, to have a better life. The way that people will say, oh, you see how Zendaya got a ring from this white man, when we are seeing a lot of people compare a biracial woman who looks very white to black women, as if that doesn't change how people see her. And again, I want to hold that like until I really held that like I'm not special, I'm privileged, things did really shift in my life. Like I really did not think, and I couldn't think. That's another thing. There's nothing to think about with our privilege. Like we cannot think about it. We have to be, we have to rely on others. And again, with that being said, someone else like uplifting that like my privilege is directly causing them harm. That is something that is hard for someone to tell you one-on-one, and we can't expect that. And so the research and the work has to be on our behalf, for us on our own behalf. Like we have to do that research. We have to go out and pay folk who are talking candidly, because there are so many folk who are sharing things that again are vital intelligence, and we won't think so. We will not think so. I remember hearing about colorism and being upset. I remember hearing about pigmentocracy and thinking, this isn't me. I would never do this. I remember internalizing what I was hearing from deep dark skinned people as if like as if they needed to like meet more people like myself. I used to think shit like that. It's fucked up. But I want to be candid. Like I used to really think like I was doing something different, and I wasn't. In fact, I was doing the thing where I thought because I wasn't actively causing harm, I could never. And so I want to be candid. Thank you. Thank you. And again, I did roll out of bed and make this phone call, and like I got lint and shit in my stuff. I don't give a fuck. I have to wash my hair anyway today. But with that being said, like I just wanted to be candid that like I talked to a police officer today, and I usually don't talk to cops. And I remember it instantly. Why? Because this man kept trying to make up new benchmarks for like abuse. It's like fuck. It's the way that like it's the way that I'm just like reminded that like until you are on a toilet with a knife to your throat, can you call? You can't call when he's threatening you. You can't call when he's chasing you. You gotta call right before you die, or else they don't care. And that shit is wild. It's the way they don't want to help you. It's the way they're telling you, like, we don't want to help you. It's the way they're telling you, like, you could die. Get closer to death. That's what they're saying. I mean, Zendaya is absolutely what happens when, and I feel like I could say the same about Rihanna. It's like, it's the way that, like, being mixed and having access to blackness through parenthood, through ancestry, through lineage, through music, through art, through culture, that will propel you more than any other monoracial person. Like having access to blackness and whiteness and anything else, like that automatically propels you. And you can see it very clearly amongst like who we see as black women. And and Zendaya isn't even like, Zendaya is the person that I see people actively correct people about being biracial. And I appreciate that, because I feel like when we get to the Beyoncés and the Solanges and we get to we get to the folks that are like not, like I said, like myself, like the folks who are not 50-50 and they're not quadroons or octoroons, the people that have the phenotype to quote unquote pass into blackness, in the ways that like people don't see that as a privilege, and it is. And again, the ways that I know, when I first started talking about being privileged, people drag the shit out of me because they're like, bitch, you're poor. They're like, you're always homeless. And I'm like, but I always find a home, don't I? I always find somewhere to go, don't I? Again, it's the way that somebody can get homeless and be disappearing. And again, we don't talk about it enough because we're so connected to the internet that it's hard to see people that are being disappeared. They usually don't have a platform already. But the more visibility you have, the more privilege you have, the more you're safe. And again, I didn't think about it like that. I did not think about it like that. I too was too zoomed in, and I thought like, yeah, I'm homeless a lot. Yeah, I'm poor. Like, what privilege? Like, yeah, I was able to sit there for a minute. I was able to benchmark for a minute too. But I'm trying to say this to say that, like, there's some of us who really have never heard that we have privilege. Like, we really don't have we don't have anyone that gives a fuck about us to actually sit down and talk to us about this shit. And I feel like that's another reason why I want one of the rooms for the Discord to be for people to just be candid about like where the fuck they're at. Because again, I'm not like I'm tired of us operating, especially non-black folk. And when I say us, I'm usually talking about light-skinned mixed people. I'm tired of us like acting like black folks are our elders automatically, like that they are automatically our teachers, our mentors. They're not. And so with that being said, like there needs to be room for black folks to not know shit too. Like that's what I'm trying to offer. Is like there's so many black folks being looked at as like fucking ambassadors to intelligence, and they have intelligence indeed. But there are so many black folks trying to speak over trans people right now. So many black cis people trying to like assert that like blackness and transness are not connected. And it's just like, yikes. And again, the ways that like we've not all learned to talk to each other. And so as much as I want to intervene, I'm also trying to be mindful of the fact that like I gotta say it a certain way. I can't just pop up and say, hey, I know something. I have to be like, hey, like I appreciate your content. I appreciate your content. I really appreciate everything that you've offered. I'm trying to bring this to you gently. Like again, I know that some of us are not thinking very deeply about how we're bringing the right information to people, but we have to hold that. Just like we can't sit and say you should have voted for Kamala for the next 4 years. We can't do it. The stuff you may want to do, you can't do it because again, like what are we trying to do? Reinforce shame? We can't use shame to impact shame. Again, yeah, no, the Tyler discussion really angered people, I noticed, because there were people who were like colored and thought that Tyler was trying to be distancing herself from blackness. And it's awkward because again, because of her skin tone, because she is browner skinned, she is seen as that missing black representation we need in America, not holding that she's actually not, the missing black representation at all, that she's a foreign person who has the beauty privilege and the phenotype to be pushed in America. You have to remember that she was pushed in America for a reason. Absolutely. But there's a reason why certain people get pushed into the American market, because once you're pushed into the American market, you can be anything. Think about it. Beyonce, oh my God, bitch, why did I see Beyonce trademarked Cowboy Carter Chitlin Circuit? I don't know if anybody saw that news. I don't think anybody's that deep into the hive, but I'll be watching every now and then just to see what's going to happen next, bitch, because I'm surprised by her. Always surprised by Beyonce. But her trademarking Chitlin Circuit, yes, exactly. Tyler is a whole mixed person, and that's the thing too. Like Black identity is very much regional. That's something that a lot of us mixed people don't know, or rather we haven't heard before. And the ways that some of us really are not Black at all, not even with our. Some of us don't even have one Black parent. Some of us have a parent that's brown skin from some place. But again, it's the way that like words mean things and people be talking and don't be saying the right shit, and then people be hearing and don't be hearing the right shit, and people be lying. People be lying. So I wanted to hold space for that as well. That Tyler was trying to be honest, that she is a whole mixed person, that where she's from, she's called colored. That's what she knows. And again, Tyler's old enough to have lived most of her life. Yeah, I feel like she's lived long enough to be living most of her life in I believe, right? So not only is she a colored person, she believes she's a colored person. I'm not saying that she has to adopt the language of whole mixed person, but my thought process behind that is I'm not interested in being a fraction. I'm not interested in telling people that I'm mixed this much with this and this and that. I'm not interested in that. What I'm interested in is acknowledging that when you don't have a race in this country that is so tribalistic, you absolutely spend some time trying to understand where you should be. And so there are some people that will think Tyler should stand with Black women. There are some people that think Tyler is a Black woman. There are some people, and there are a lot of us multi-generationally mixed people, people who are mixed, people who are not necessarily one thing or another, that no, that person is not Black or white or anything. They're mixed. And mixedness is a full identity. But I have heard some folks that have some access to browner skin, darker skin folk who are not Black say things like, oh, like, well, because of my Black ancestry, my mixedness is seen as different. Okay. And white passing's mixedness are seen as different too. They're usually being erased from mixedness. So let's be candid. Some people's experiences are again harmed by white supremacy. And we should keep our foot on that. But we should not be creating categories of mixed people. That seems goofy as fuck to me. Because if we know that deep dark skinned people are the most marginalized, one would infer that if we stay focused on pigmentocracy, we'll be Gucci. We'll be real Gucci if we focus on pigmentocracy and not on racial admixture. Because again, if we're focused on the most marginalized, we can't lose. But there are more people in the middle, I hate to tell y'all this, that are very invested in, I'm not sure exactly what. Like again, whenever I tell people that most Black people are deep dark skin, there's pushback and it's awkward. And then also when I uplift that most Black folks are not mixed, folks will say things to me like, "Oh, most Black people who are from here are mixed," and we'll try to use that as a way to say that like Blackness is not necessarily like, it's weird. It's almost like a shutdown comment. Like the comment is to basically make me what exactly not invest in Blackness as a project, as an identity that is again regional, foundational Black American. Like that's again, it's a completely different experience from someone who moves to America from a different country. And yet when I bring that up, I've noticed so many folks who are, again, they're mixed. Their family is from the Caribbean, their family's from the Virgin Islands, their family is from different places, but they came here and they got to be Black. And I think that that's another layer of this combo, is that coming to America as colored and being seen as a privileged Black person, because Tyla would not be seen as the most marginalized Black woman. She wouldn't. She would not. But again, it's the way that like Tyla told us a lot about where the community is in terms of like people seeing themselves. Like some people are very much seeing deep dark skin or brown skin rather and saying that's enough. That's all I need. Because Tyla's not deep dark skin. She's brown skin. But it's the way that even the concept of like lighter skinned or people who are light skinned, like that's what another thing people weren't hearing is that there is deep dark skinned people and everybody else. Just like there are Black folks and everybody else. You can say that there's a pecking order between Black to white. You can say that. But you coming up with that would really just be your own opinion, right? Because unless you're in the middle, and even if you are, how much can you really see? But if you're, a Black person talking about the pecking order, I probably would hear you more. But again, a white person telling me that there's people in the middle between Black and white, like, what's the function of that? They're just trying to be divisive a lot of times. But again, just to name that, like, anti-Blackness is what we focus on. Because if Black folk standard raises everyone, why wouldn't everyone else benefit? If everyone else is holding more, if everyone else is human and Black folks are seen as the nothing, well, what happens when the nothing becomes human? Or what happens when we break free of humanity and consider that there was never a nothing? That this is a scapegoat, that this is a narcissistic system, So that's what I'm trying to hold. Is like if we don't focus on the most marginalized, we're actually never going to help anyone because focusing on people who are not as marginalized is a waste. I am going to keep the live up. Maybe like a day. I'm going to be real with you. Just because, like I said, people's last names and shit. And also, I'm talking about a cop, like, trying to, gaslight me. Just trigger warning for all the shit that's happening here. Jade from Little Mix claims some Black identity, but her mother is Yemeni and identifies as Arab. But her mother says if someone thought she was Black, she would understand. And see, with that being said, like the idea that like people are not being honest about who they are. And again, we live in a tribal system. I did fight with myself a little bit about calling myself mixed. I do still have moments where people call me Black and I don't say anything because in the moment I'm like more focused on like not having an awkward convo, which again would be awkward for me. But there are definitely times where people want to hold the awkwardness with me, and that could be even more awkward, just like it sounds. So again, I never know like exactly when is the right time to expose myself as a mixed person, especially when I can tell that somebody Black might only be thinking I'm Black because again, they're feeling safe to tell me something. Like that's another layer to this. Is like sometimes I think people want to share what's happening and they're like, "Hey, you've got the hair texture, you're wearing what I'm like we've got some things in common. Let's talk." And again, they don't necessarily have to think that I'm a Black person to think that, they may be safe with me, but I try to uplift that like us mixed people are not safe people inherently. You may see a lip and a curl and think like something could be happening that's good, but something bad could be happening too. And how do we react to it? How we already defaulted to whiteness. I really have to hold that like in the midst of everything, like I was so focused on like calling these white people out. I wasn't thinking about our jobs. I wasn't thinking about what we'd do if we got fired. Like I wasn't thinking about that shit. And again, it's the way I know some people might think that they're not doing enough to fight back at their job, but you're doing what you can. You're documenting right. You're emailing right. You're recording right. Like again, like do the little things that you can. Like you don't have to be like jumping out the fucking window, bitch. Like I trust me. Like in retrospect, I really wish I would have been more like meticulous on keeping notes about their behavior, but at this point, I'm just really fucking grateful that I again have the space to talk about what I'm talking about. And also, I don't think it's the end for me right now, at least. Like I think that I have more life in me. I think I can do more. But again, I came here to just be candid that the police officers are telling citizens that racism is not a crime. And I don't know what I expected him to say. Like, and I think that's the other thing. Is like sometimes I really think whiteness has deluded me at times because I really think like, oh, I'll just tell this person that they're being anti-Black. not realizing that that's part of danger. I didn't even go to the fucking thing because I was about to be late for the interview, and so I just decided not to go. I also like didn't feel confident about how I looked, and so I just was like, no. But I'm just kind of over it. Like, if I'm being candid, like, I'm not interested in finding a job right now. I feel like I'm more interested in just like building something for community. I'm more interested in trying to like make like thriving realistic because I'm working with people that I want to work with. I just don't see me working at a hotel again. It's just not worth it. And like, also, again, I don't know what people are experiencing out there on the ground, but the way white people keep trying to smile at me, the way white people keep trying to look me in my eye or don't, like the way that like it feels very much like white people trying to show me. No, I really was. It's the way white people are trying to show me that they're like happy and smiley, and it's the way white people try to show me that they don't want to deal with me, and it's the way that it's like I don't want to be dealing with the public right now. Like, I don't think I have the empathy to be dealing with everything because, again, it's the way that I'm still angry as fuck from October 17th, bitch. November, December, January, bitch, February gonna come. I'm gonna still be mad. I already feel it. And what triggered me is that I see that they're trying to hire again. Keep in mind, they hired somebody when they fired me. So in October, they hired somebody and fired me. And now they're already hiring another person. Bitch, the office can only handle 4 people for the front desk and 4 people for the back desk. It's an 8-person motherfucking cohort. 8 people. They fired 2 people in October. They obviously fired somebody this month. And again, it's the way that like everybody that has never been fired is white in behavior or look. Interchangeable. Not sending an informant, bitch. It's not possible. I feel like that's the thing about it. It's like there's no way. Like there's no way to get them. They really are ungettable. I'm very upset about it, to be honest. Like I'm actually very upset. Very, very, very upset. Like I like again the way that I was on the phone with that man crying and cussing his ass out, telling him that he's killing people, telling him that he's telling me that I deserve death, basically. Because what the fuck do you tell me? What the fuck are you telling me? A white person could just take my job, could just take my dignity, take my fucking safety. You're telling me I gotta get beat up by the white bitch too? That's what he basically said. Dude, like, did you die? He gonna say, did they put hands on you? Really? They gotta put hands and feet on me? Okay. Again, it's the way that he told me, get beat up, go get fucked up a little bit, then call me. And then what you gonna do? That's what makes me even more sick. It's like I survived that shit. What you gonna do now? Fuck that. Like I just can't. I don't know. Again, I'm distressed on another level. I'm still trying to find joy and shit though. My friend cooking for me tonight. Actually, I forgot I'm going out tonight. I literally forgot that. Yeah, one of my friends asked for my number, and I'm actually really excited because a friend of my friend, and this is like my friend, like my homie, like held me down, like loves me, like really cares for me, and I'm hella excited because like I've been kind of wanting to meet their friend. Like I've met them before, I've been wanting to kick it with them for a minute. I've been really wanting to hang out with this person because I just know they got something to share with me. I just know it. Like they're a white teacher in Detroit, and I'm just like, bitch. I know they got something to share. And again, they've shared a lot already. They're very like they're very alive as a person. They're very gay. They're very trans. And so a white gay trans teacher in Detroit, yeah, I want to talk to that bitch bad. And I'm hella grateful that she reached out to my friend to get my number, to invite me out. I just can't believe it. I just can't believe it. And I'm bringing Ren with me. I don't think Ren's in the chat no more, but if they are, hell. But yeah, no, me and Ren are about to go because I know Ren's at work till like 5, so we're not gonna get there probably till 6:30 or so. But my friend is cooking dinner, and then we're gonna go to a show. I'm gonna be real. My energy is real fucking dead off of what happened earlier, but I'm trying to just remember that, you know, white people are scared. Non-black people are scared. Black people are scared. A lot of people are fucking scared. and yet the historical ramifications of fear and what it looks like to be candid about that. I mean, it is new beginnings and ways, but I feel like this person, I've kicked it with them a couple of times, but it's never been one on one. And them asking me to hang out and inviting me out kind of like threw me because I was like, damn, I really didn't expect them to want to hang out. I know it's gonna sound how it sounds, but they're a little bit younger than me. So is my friend. To be honest, I'm surprised me and my friend are cool, but like me and my friend met on some crazy shit. Like I was like, yo, I need someone to hit the dispensary for me. Like I can't get all these orders on my own. And they were like, I got you. No questions asked. Like they were just hitting the dispensary for me. And I'll give them some money, give them some weed, mushrooms, whatever. And then they see me go through like hella fucking crazy shit, and they were like, come live at my house. I was like, yeah, that's real. And so again, like this is my friend that I lived with for a little bit, the ones that had the fat cat, and the ones that was growing weed, the ones that had the art table in the basement when I was in the garage era. But yeah, no, these are friends that moved to Chicago and was like, bitch, when you come to Chicago, and I got 2 friends in Chicago that I want to see. I'm actually really excited about it. I'm crying. His name was Pumpkin. He was a sweet boy. Me too, bitch, honestly. No, Marie, that part, no. And that's another part about it is like, I've been in so many situations where I wasn't the perfect victim, where like I had done something or had, you know what I mean? I just think about how like, no matter what, like there was always somebody white who reached out to me and was like, hey, like, you know, this is not okay. And again, the ways that like there are black folks who may never hear from anybody non-black saying that this shit is not okay and not right. And again, the ways I never thought about it like that. I never thought about how many times like white people have like rushed in to save the day. I also didn't think about the ways that I think some white people, you know, they want to give charity to some people of color. Some. Again, the ways that some of us are supposed to, you know, some of us are supposed to be like, I truly believe like I'm supposed to be the exception, and I don't mean that to be genuine. I mean that to say like in the concept of white supremacy. Like I think that's the whole point of us mixed people truly, is to allow some of us some support, because it's like it's the way that I read about like mixed people who have very powerful white fathers, and the way some of these white men like really was like, fuck it, this is my child. You're gonna respect them like you respect me. And the way that changes people, the ways that some people think people having white mamas make them different. Nah, it's the way that like being around a white person who believes she is, you know, again, it's the way that if you believe something about yourself, you will pass that on. It's the way some white people really do treat their mixed children like dogs and cats and pets. It's the way some of these mixed people treat their brown children that they adopt, black children they adopt like they're animals, and the way that that's a socialized behavior. And I've seen people treat their children like nothing. And it was because seemingly that child wasn't white like them. And the way people really don't want to hear this. People love an interracial relationship. People love to see people be mixed in. Here's my thing. I don't give a fuck about interracial people. I don't give a fuck about interracial relationships. I really don't care. I care about how it's about to look. Exactly. Like, no, it definitely gives that. And again, even having mixed kids, it's the way one of my managers at the hospital has mixed children and tells people that her kid's father is black. They're not. It's a mixed man. It's a mixed man creating quadroons with this bitch. And she really think that means something. And I'm sure she got pictures of them all over all these like Mariah Carey. Talking about some, I have black kids. Again, it's the way that they figured out how to seem like they weren't racist. And again, it's the way that this country very much loves interracial relationships. It's very much the way that this country is anti-black and also loves black penis worship. Very scary. I've been some places online, friends. And honestly, bitch, like the more, like if you're a whore, like if you do slutty stuff online, like you get paid for like being a slut, it's the way that like men will be so fucking honest when they're in a sexual situation. It's the way that white men have told me straight up that like they think like the black race is superior. It's the way that they think white women are disgusting, are ugly. It's crazy to see some of this shit. It's the way that they're like, you're the superior race. And again, it's the way that, like, if you think about it, it's the way white people will tell you something in a private setting that doesn't feel very true anywhere else. But in this conversation, this man is giving me hundreds of dollars, maybe thousands of dollars, again, because he believes he's inferior. What up, hell? And again, no. But here's the thing, though. Where's kink? Where does kink come from, though? Is kink inherent? No. I think kink truly does speak to our climate. And that's why, like, if you spend a lot of time saying there's an obesity pandemic, you know what I mean? If you tell us like fat people are sick, if you tell us like fat people are gonna get diabetes, if you tell us that, if you scare us, right, into being skinny, you set up Ozempic, don't you? Like you set up the condition for Ozempic. You set up a condition for a injectable weight loss drug that kills more than it makes you skinny, and people will accept it. When you create a certain climate, you get people to get invested in certain things. So there's a part of me that feels like by creating white supremacy, whiteness doesn't realize that it also created a space where white people were feeling inferior already. And that idea of white supremacy never rang true for them. They never felt superior to anyone black, and maybe they only feel safe to say so in a place where they can give a reparation, bitch. I don't know. And again, I'm not saying that we should be using kink to inform us on who people really are. Not at all. But it's the way that like white supremacy has set up a lot of the scaffolding. It's the way that like white men could enslave black people on plantations, but go to islands and have lots of sex with sex workers who look just the same. It's the way that like, people can compartmentalize what they believe is right or wrong. And if they can hide, they will. And so I think genuinely that there are spaces where white people feel covered. The Delectable Negro, that book alone lets me know that it's deeper than hating black people. And it's also deeper than them hating themselves. It's an insecurity of worth that, again, it continues to ring true because no matter how much money they get, no matter how many positions of power, no matter how much colonization they do, are they content? Are they happy? Are they at peace? Do they love themselves? No. They really don't see like their way of behaving as anti love, anti community. Like they don't see it that way. Like white people really think like the best way to live is how we live. I want y'all to just consider that like we're living in the colonizer's imagination. The colonizer imagined that one day we would pay to live in a box and talk in a box and pay to keep the lights on so you could see us in the box and pay to keep the box on and pay to keep electricity running all through this shit so we could power the Wi-Fi so we could digitally connect with everybody and tell everybody how fucked up shit is, but then also at some point get censored, also at some point get disappeared, also at some point the algorithm buries you away. And then what do you see? Ads that don't really, you're not really sure. Is this the ad? Is this content? I don't know. It's the way the colonizer knew. Like he would figure out how to get you to watch anything and buy stuff too. and feel inferior. Because that's what it's all based on. We're supposed to feel ashamed. We're supposed to feel ugly. We're supposed to feel too fat, too ugly, too dumb. We're supposed to feel those things. We're supposed to feel that. That's why when we think those things, we gotta say, hey, wait, why are we being mean to our friend? We gotta really start asking ourselves, hold on, why am I saying that to myself? Hold on, why am I being so mean to myself? Whoa, where'd that come from? It's the way a mean thought will really pop out of fucking nowhere, bitch. And again, it's the way that them ads, bitch, them ads be telling you so ugly, you so poor, you can't afford this. What? You will have to budget to do this? You not get on a plane? The way we are not supposed to be at peace at all, bitch. The way we are supposed to be steady looking at somebody else like, damn, why not us? Because that's what they do. That's what white people do. That's what whiteness is. Whiteness is like, hold up, why don't I have what you have? It's constantly that. And folks be wondering why white folks still bothering them. Bitch, because we still motherfucking, like, folks be wondering why white people are still anti-black, why people are still violent, because they're still insecure. They still don't think they have anything. They still think that they are worthless. They still think these things. And some of them will admit it. Some white people have admitted that they feel jealous and inferior. And I'm grateful. Because there are so many times where I could feel white people treating me like shit, and I thought something was wrong with me. It's the way that white people would treat me poorly, and I thought like something was wrong with me. I thought I wasn't worth being treated good. And the way that you'll internalize poor treatment and think this is how it's supposed to be, and it's not. And so I hope, folks, if you take anything that I say today, just take that like it is not you. It's never been you. It could never be you. And what they thought they saw, what they think they see, they lied. Fuck them. Yeah, you gotta remember that. People will say anything to keep you in their delusion with them. They will. But you ain't gotta accept it. And so I'm pushing back on the narrative ish. And so, as I said earlier, if anybody needs to ask any questions about transness, queerness, how it's connected to anti-blackness, please reach out. I'm really hoping that you know my desire is really just to share with you. It's really not to antagonize you or make you feel stupid. Because again, there's just ways that we can talk about our marginalized identity and really posture as if like we always knew this shit when we all had to learn, right? And so that's my spirit, is we all had to learn at some point. We all had to read, we all had to listen. And if you didn't have time, if you missed it, that's okay. We can get it together, and that's the point of community, bitch. I'm not gonna see everything, you neither. So when we see some shit, maybe we can talk about it and maybe figure it out together. And again, I know some people think it's so easy, so pie in the sky. It's not. Some of y'all are at work right now listening, and I'm so grateful. But some of y'all are actively fucking like in your house just hoping that like things don't go any worse. Some of y'all really don't know what the fuck you're gonna do next. And I'm really hoping that we can figure something out because again, I now have talked to 2 different black folks who have offered me land. Have anybody here black been offered land by anybody black? I want to be super candid that I'm not special, but I am in community with folks who do think so, which is nice. But again, I'm trying to remember that like there are some of y'all here who do not have access to this shit and you need it. And you probably fucking don't know you need it. Just like I didn't know I needed it. I never thought I want to live on a farm. I never thought I want to grow nothing. I never felt like that. Truly. In my mind, in my heart of hearts, I wanted somewhere with a pool, somewhere near the water. I never thought about being sovereign, safe, comfortable, growing my own shit, learning about where my food's coming from. I didn't think about this. And so I want to be candid that there are a lot of black folks who are going back to the earth, going back to indigenous ways. And again, the people that are going to get taken with them are the people that have been investing in certain things. And just because you didn't learn about herbology, just because you didn't learn about, harm reduction, you shouldn't be stopped. Like, that's where I'm coming from. Because again, I only had the access to learn this shit because people thought why is this happening to you? Oh no, this light-skinned person's crying on the internet. Let's send them some money. Again, I'm not trying to make light of it. I'm trying to offer that people have kept me alive. So I'm trying to do as much as I can. I know some people will think it's dangerous to be like trying to figure out how to live with a bunch of random people. Bitch, that's what I've been doing for years. And it is wild at times, but I truly believe like now I have the skills to have conflict resolution. Maybe not with everybody, but I do think that I know how to fight better. And I'm trying to figure out like how this can work. And again, I'm One Piece. I am a talker. I'm a yapper. I'm the one that's talking to people. But I know that there's gonna be people that need to just sit with people. I know there's gonna be people that need to just like be, you know, maybe with the group, but still having boundaries and doing their own thing. And like again, I don't want this to become no cult. I don't want nobody to think we all gotta do the same shit. In my heart of hearts, I hope that it can be kind of like a I don't know. I don't think anything exists like it, but I'm wanting it to be a space where people know like if you're here, we're gonna try our best to like, support you, but we're also gonna not like do so much that we like forget that we need support as well. Like the desire is to not be like turning anyone into mammies or captive maternals or acting as if everybody's always ready to pour love and support into everybody. We're not. Nobody is. And so my desire is if the standard is that nobody is enslaved, nobody has to do anything other than just be in community and in respectful ways to each other. Again, I don't want to make the barrier too high for everybody to be up in there, but I do want folks that are considering, how they want to fight. Like, do you want to keep talking? Do you want to keep on talking? Do you want to table things? Do you want to take time to think? Take a snack, take a nap, come back to the conflict. Do you want to fight like that? I do. Do you want to fight like physical? I really don't. And again, I don't know what that looks like for everybody to be in a space with all of the trauma we've all gone through. But I'm hoping that by talking to the wisest and most like just empathetic folks that I know, I can find a way to like be a part of this space in a meaningful way, even if it doesn't look the way that we all think it should look right now. I really don't know. I really couldn't tell you what it's going to become, but I know that I have people in my life who like know, like the world has been changing and it could start again. And again, the ways that I'm thinking about the world starting again, I'm thinking about it because we have to dismantle humanity. We have to dismantle the idea that anybody is special. We have to dismantle celebrity. We have to dismantle poverty. Like we have to dismantle a lot of systems. So I'm trying to offer that like we're in the beginning of something new and it's not gonna be easy to really hold that this could be something. But I want you to consider that like during Reconstruction, during all the time where there were enslaved black folk on this soil trying to start over their life, all of the white attacks, I want folks to just consider like that's what it's always going to be. It's always going to be trying to start over in the midst of some shit. And how, even though the attacks are not going to stop, how can we also talk to each other about like what it looks like to be supportive during this time? Because again, there's going to be black folk that need to rest for years, maybe. Like I want us to start thinking about that. That like that's what it's required for me, a non-black person, to be okay mentally for the most part is like not having to work for months, not having to clock in everywhere, not having to spend my last damn dollar to keep a light on. Like those things are needed. Like we all need this. And it wasn't until someone could give me the gift of like housing, the gift of food, the gift of like community rather, that I actually realized like that's what we all need. We actually all need this. We all need a place to go and not be required a damn thing. And again, the way I was invested in blackness as operation, as constantly uplifting all the anti-black shit I see, the way I was fucking tired as hell, but I kept on yelling, the way I didn't know how to talk, the way I didn't know how to understand, or the way I didn't know how to take in. I wasn't teachable. I was regurgitating and very angrily. I had not realized like I have to talk differently to black people. Like I can't talk to black people about these things in the same way I would talk to somebody white. And even in saying that, the ways that I'm like holding a standard for people I believe should know, the ways that we act as if people should understand oppression. It's very fucking wild. It's like some people really don't understand. I'm saying all this to say, I really hope that we stop assuming we're all gonna be perfect, especially Black people. I really hope that we hold space for the fact that Black folks being all different types of ways, being angry, being sad, being disillusioned, being disengaged, these are all coping mechanisms to make it through. And so I hope that we don't look at people and be upset and think that they should be doing anything, especially Black people. And I want to stress that because, again, I have absolutely felt exasperated hearing that many Black women were like, leave us alone. I don't want to talk. I've had white people reach out to me when I uplifted this content, telling me straight up, don't you think that's divisive? And I've had to sit with white people and tell them, no, it's not. And so with that being said, like as much as I'm stressed out about people saying that they don't want to engage, I also have to use empathy to understand why someone would say that. And I want us to consider that people are saying things because they are feeling things. Everything we say is coming from a feeling. And they're ours. They're ours. But when we're coming from, when we're responding, when we're reacting, that's information as well. I feel like this combo is going on a little longer than I wanted it to, but I just wanted to again hammer home that like there are so many people, especially white, trying to figure out what Black folks' next move is. And so Black folks saying they're not doing a damn thing is confusing them and they're very upset. And I'm saying that as someone that's trying to acknowledge that like I'm not bringing this to you to stress you out. I'm bringing this to you so you can hold that like the way Black folks talk about what they're about to do, white people absolutely hear you. They do. And their reaction to it is curiosity, but it's also fear. Fear that you will build something without them. And again, there's going to be people of color and Black people who trust some white people, trust some people of color. There's going to be that. I'm not saying we should not be building trust. What I'm trying to offer is hold space for people to grab on to systemic harm as a tool. Just hold space for that. Hold space for that behavior. Hold space for friendships that can acknowledge that behavior unfolding. Please do, because I don't have nobody white around me that would tell me I don't think I'm being anti-Black. I don't have not one. I don't have not one white person around me appropriating AAVE. I don't have that. And again, it took time for me to see that they were being harmful. It took time for me to hold that. And I'm not saying that as a badge of honor. I'm saying that to acknowledge I did. I'm telling you I did. Again, we all don't know shit. Well, let's stop trying to lean on everybody marginalized as if they all know shit. They don't. Even me offering to talk to you about transness, I'm agender. I'm not a trans woman or a trans man. I thought I might be a trans man for a while. I'm not though. But even then, I'm not transitioning. I'm trans because I said so. I'm not trans because I had to do anything. And again, it's the ways that like identity and what they're telling us we are and how we see ourselves, all of that's conflicting and conflating and connecting. So the conversation is mad layered, and unfortunately a lot of us are not getting the kind of information we need. And also, we're usually watching 15-second clips to 1-minute clips, so anybody talking for many hours is annoying. I get it. It gets frustrating, especially when someone doesn't have like a singular topic and like talks in a certain way. But I'm just gonna hold that there were things that I said that I appreciated, and I'm glad I said them, and there were things that I said because I was going on a fucking tangent, and that's just how I talk. But yeah, I'm gonna go and get ready to be social. If things are looking cute, I might go live just to kind of show y'all what it's giving, but I might actually go live on Discord just to kind of see. So again, my Discord is Yu-Gi-Oh! YUGIH0E. And yeah, so see you later. Maybe not though. Definitely not see you tomorrow. See you Sunday though. Bye, love you.